Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 10 rounds, and it will be for the vacant IBF and vacant WBO Intercontinental Heavyweight Championships. Brought to you by Sella, Franklin, on behalf of Queensberry, Bob Arum's Top Rank Incorporated, and Given. It is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, steward in charge Robin Smith, along with the International Boxing Federation, President Daryl Peoples, Supervisor Ben Keelty of Australia, and the World Boxing Organization, President Francisco Paco Marcarcel, Supervisor Porfirio Betegon Lara of the United States. Our 3 judges assigned will be Steve Gray of England, Philip Holiday of Australia, and Ignatius Misalides of Australia. Our referee in charge will be Bob Williams of England. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the blue corner. He comes to the ring wearing black with gold and weighed in officially at 255.1 pounds. Coming to us from Trois-Rivières, Quebec, Canada, he brings a professional record consisting of 23 wins, just 1 defeat, 22 of his 23 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Grizzly, Simon Keane. And his opponent across the ring in this championship contest, fighting tonight out of the red corner. He comes to the ring wearing blue trunks and weighed in at 250.1 pounds. Hailing from South Auckland, New Zealand, he has a professional record of 32 wins, 3 defeats, with 22 of his 32 wins coming by way of knockout. Here is the former WBO Heavyweight Champion of the World, Lupe Soliai, La'auli, Ole, Mali Etoa, Joseph Parker.
Okay, gentlemen, obey my commands. In the event of a knockdown, the fighter standing will go to the furthest neutral corner and stay there. Protect yourself at all times, touch blood.
Concentration etched on the face of both men. It's an interesting clash of styles in there. Parker with the excellent jab, the ring craft, the ability to control fights. At 6'5", Keane is over 18 stone. He's going to rely on power. Parker has been susceptible against the bigger hitters he's been in with. And I think we expect Richard Keane to start fast and come out firing. He's got 11 wins inside the first 2 rounds, although Parker himself made relatively light work of his last opponent, stopping him in 89 seconds in Melbourne back in May.
Keane will certainly, wanted to land a big shot early in this contest. He won't want Parker to settle into a rhythm. Parker, a very good technical boxer, as they've said in the studio. Good start there from Parker. And like I say, if he gets into a rhythm, then Keane won't want that. So it's important for Keane to start quick, but it's actually Parker that's landed the better shots up to now.
Keane's defeat came when he steps up in class, and he's stepping up in class again tonight against a former world champion, the former WBO world champion. Joseph Parker is still ranked in the top 10 by the WBO, the WBC and the IBF. And it's why Keane sees this as such a big opportunity tonight. Parker, though, in there still feels he's got so much to offer in the heavyweight division.
Keane already has changed his stance a little bit here, Fletch. He came out quite confident in that opening 10 or 20 seconds, but I think Parker, he's catching him with the jab, and Keane's just suddenly realising he's in against a really good fighter here. And again, Parker switching the attack from body to head.
Good, swift, solid shots in the opening round here from Parker, spearing out that left jab. He's a man who's only lost to very good fighters, stopped late by Joe Joyce, lost on points to Anthony Joshua and Dillian White. He's beaten Andy Ruiz, he's beaten Derek Chisora, and he's mixed in good circles for a long time now. And that's the first one there that's just got through from Keane, who we know is a big man with good power.
Yeah, that's not bad. from Keane. That wasn't a bad shot. He's a bit tense, though, for me, Keane, at this stage. A little bit stiff, a little bit tense. That might be just a bit of nervous energy in there. So he come out quite confident, but it was Parker that started the better. He's just started to settle into it now, Keane, but still a bit too tense. He's got to relax a little bit more.
Left hook got through from Parker, who's significantly more experienced, despite being 3 years younger than the man that he's in with tonight. Good body shot from Parker, nice and solid. He's been the better man in the opening round here so far. He could be a real problem, Richie, if you let him get ridden with that left jab.
Yeah, Parker's, you know, a really decent boxer, and he's got power as well. Former world champion, remember, so he's experienced, and he has started the better here. And Keane, on paper, yes, he normally starts very quick indeed, but it's Parker who's settled into this one a little bit better.
Already a slight mark on the bridge of the nose of Simon Keane, probably caused by that left jab of Joseph Parker. It might just take the Canadian a little while just to work Parker out. Let's go that left hook there, right towards the end of the opening round, which Joseph Parker has pretty much been in control of. So there's Frank Bruno and Ricky Hatton, two former British world champions here, who are going to be ringside in Riyadh tonight. And there is Ronaldo, the great Brazilian. What a wonderful footballer he was for some of the biggest club sides. He's got Luis Figo with him as well tonight. It really is an all-star cast.
Tremendous seeing these stars from all sports. What an event. So a better start, I thought, from Parker. Good left hook there. This was quite early, probably after about 30 seconds. Before that, it was Keane that seemed to be more confident. So that's not too bad. That's probably the best right hand that he threw in that round. But for me, it was Parker's round.
Andy Lee with instructions to Joseph Parker, who's such a big part of Tyson Fury's camp. He prepares in Morecambe with the WBC and lineal heavyweight champion of the world. He's very close to that group. And I think there is a consensus, Richie, that the more he works with Andy Lee, the more he gets out of Joseph Parker.
He's doing a great job with him, isn't he? Very experienced is Joseph Parker, but Andy Lee, as Carl Frampton has said, excellent coach. And was a great fighter himself. Keane here, if you look at his stance, he's very wide with his stance. Boxers with a wide stance usually struggle to move at speed. They prefer boxers to come to them. They prefer to stand and trade with that sort of wide stance. But better work from Parker there with the jab. So Parker will just have to watch it as he comes forward, because that's what Keane will probably be relying on. When he's on that front foot, Keane, it's difficult to move at speed with such a wide stance like that.
Joseph Parker doubling the jab at the moment to head and body. Keane at the moment looking for the single shot. He's not really been able to put too much together by way of combinations.
Decent body shot there as well from Parker downstairs. Just seen Keane just stopping his tracks a little bit. So he felt that one, most certainly.
Nice to see one get into the second round. We've had quick wins tonight for Moses Itauma and Arslanbek Makhmudov. Both of those fights finishing in the first round. Martin Bakole with a fourth round stoppage. This one's scheduled for 10 between Joseph Parker in the blue and Simon Keane in the black and gold. Parker's jab's been the dominant punch of the fight to this point.
Yeah, he's just measuring the distance very well, isn't he? Good switch of attack there. Starts downstairs and then comes up with that left hook. And started the attack also with that good jab. Switches downstairs again, so good variety from Parker.
Parker working as effectively as behind the jab, giving Keane no time whatsoever to settle into the fight and start to land his own power punches. He's been on the outside looking in so far with 30 seconds to go in the second round.
You can see what Parker's doing. He's just trying to land this right hand over the top. He's looking downstairs. You can see he's with his eyes. He's looking downstairs to his opponent's body, just to throw him off the scent a little bit. And he's trying to whip that right hand over. That's what he wants to do, Parker.
He's got one or two problems to solve at the moment, Simon Keane.
Besoin que tu passes à travers de lui et tu me donnes plus de hits. Okay? Les fois que tu le fais, tu me le recules à chaque fois.
Let's look at the action here. Lovely jab there from Parker, and just keeps his head on the outside away from his opponent's right hand. Good work from him. Just another angle there. Super jab. Good body shot. What a super punch that was, that left hook downstairs.
The better variety of punches to this point coming from Joseph Parker. I know it's early in the fight, but that looked a little bit, when he sat back down on his stool, as though the trainer was just trying to talk a bit of confidence into Simon Keane.
Yeah, and you could have seen from the coach's head movement, so he's obviously talking, saying to him that, you know, you've got to move your head a little bit more. He's got a couple of problems, though, as Keane. With that wide stance, it's also, you just increase the distance with your right hand a little bit. You're a little bit further away because of that wide stance. That's why he's got to move quicker with the feet to land his own right hand.
He's found it really hard to this point to get close enough to Parker based on being on the wrong end of that jab most of the time. Just trying to let the punches go there, but Parker had the gloves nice and high.
I think Parker is growing more and more in confidence here, working behind that jab. And fair play to Simon Keane, nice high guard. So obviously, I think Parker is trying to land that right hand, but that left hand of Keane's is nice and high to try and block that shot.
Parker was a bit flat the night he beat Jack Massey on points, but much sharper in his last fight. This is his third fight since losing to Joe Joyce in September of last year. The common opponent is Shaundell Winters, who Parker stopped in 2020. It took Keane 4 rounds longer than it took Parker in Montreal last year. Parker again using the jab to set up that right uppercut.
That was a belting shot, wasn't it? It really was. Parker knows it as well.
Really good shot from Parker, landing the power shots. There's no answer from Keane. He beckons Parker in, but he's going to need a lot more than bravado. What an uppercut! Brilliant punch. Joseph Parker landed it perfectly, and Simon Keane down, and in big trouble here. And he's counted out by Bob Williams. It's a knockout victory for Joseph Parker, who is in complete control from the opening bell.
He's produced a bit of quality there, has Parker. The two best punches of the fight were in that last 20 or 30 seconds, and they were both right uppercuts. Feature of punches, excellent accuracy and power. That was a really good display. Simon Keane on paper, 23 fights, 22 knockouts from 24 contests. That's very impressive indeed. But he's come up against someone, a former world champion, who was on song tonight, and he was really in form. Fair play to Parker there. That's a good performance, and like I say, a bit of quality at the end shows why he's a former world champion with those right uppercuts.
There's Amir Khan enjoyed the night. He's been a big presence all week in the build-up to the main event, but he was impressive tonight. Gets a big kiss on the cheek from the former middleweight world champion Andy Lee. And I have to say, Richie, from the moment the opening bell rung, he looked a class above Simon Keane.
Yeah, he was very confident, wasn't he? I think he was in his head that Simon Keane isn't quite at his level. And I think it showed as the contest went on, but it was a good boxing display all round from Parker. He worked very well with his jab. He measured the distance. He tried the right hand. Keane actually was a bit stiff and tense early on, got into the contest more and more, but with that wide stance, struggled to move at speed. But the end there, the quality in the punching, that was very good. The quality of punches were excellent there from Parker.
33 wins now for Joseph Parker, and he seems to very much have that Joe Joyce defeat out of his system.
Yes, and you know, he's only 31 years of age. He's been a former world champion. I've said this before about tonight. He's a seasoned professional, a former world champ. And remember, still ranked by the WBC at 10, IBF at 6, and WBO at 6. So he's still up there. He's still a world-ranked contender.
So let's have a look at the punch, Richie, that really turned it Joseph Parker's way.
Yeah, super. Just measuring with the jab, 3 or 4 jabs that went in there, just to measure the distance and gap, and then brought that right uppercut through. That's the first one, and that there, look. Oh, what a super shot that was. That's a belter. It really is. But it's well set up. Then he moves in. Good right hand there. And Keane's in all sorts of, having all sorts of problems here. Then let's have a look at the finish, the right uppercut to finish it off. There it is again. So he measures it again with the jab and then whips it through. That's quality. That's power. And yeah, that's why he's been a former world champion. He showed his quality. That was excellent.
Those kind of punches tonight, the difference between Joseph Parker and Simon Keane, and you can't really throw uppercuts better than the two we saw, the finishing shots for Parker tonight.
And Fletcher, you've got to remember, good trainer in Adeleye, and he's obviously with Tyson Fury, so he's sparring Tyson, you know, day in, day out, and that's showing, it really is.
And I think significantly, Richie, he's still hungry. You say he's only 31, he's been a world champion, he's had a couple of setbacks, but he looks like a man on a mission.
You know, like I've said, he's 31, he's not that old. That isn't old for a heavyweight if you've still got the desire, and he certainly showed it tonight.
He's hugely popular as well. I mean, you don't find too many people with a bad word to say about Joseph Parker, the 31-year-old from Auckland in New Zealand, who was a cut above tonight against the Canadian Simon Keane. Just having a word with Isaac Lowe's in there. So Bob Williams calling the fighters together. We're about to hear from Thomas Treiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 2 minutes, 4 seconds of round number 3. Our referee in charge, Bob Williams, reaches the count of 10. Therefore, your winner by way of knockout. And now the IBF and WBO Intercontinental Heavyweight Champion, Lupe Soliai La'auli Ole Mali Etoa, Joseph Parker.
It's not fielding, it's just...
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for our chief support. It is scheduled for 12 rounds, and it will be for the British, WBO European, WBA Continental, and vacant Commonwealth Heavyweight Championships. We would first like to extend a big thank you to His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and His Excellency, Chairman of the General Entertainment Authority of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Turkey Al-Sheikh. This bout is being brought to you by Stella, Frank Warren on behalf of Queensberry, Bob Aaron's Top Rank Incorporated, and Gimmick. It is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, Steward in charge Robin Smith, along with the World Boxing Organization, President Alciso Bakole Barcel, Supervisor Porfirio Betadon of the United States, and the World Boxing Association, President Gilberto Jesus Mendoza, Supervisor Carlos Chavez of Venezuela, CBC Supervisor Deborah Down of England. Timekeeper is John Smith. Our 3 judges assigned, scoring on a 10-point must system, all from England, will be Lee Every, Steve Gray, and Bob Williams. Our referee in charge, 3rd man in the ring, will be John Latham. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the blue corner. He comes to the ring wearing pink trunks and weighed in officially at 232 pounds. Coming to us from London, England, he brings an undefeated record with 12 wins, 11 of his 12 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the reigning and defending WBO European Heavyweight Champion, Big D, David Adeleye. And his opponent across the ring in this championship contest, fighting tonight out of the red corner. He comes to the ring wearing white with blue and weighed in officially at 241 pounds. Hailing from Ipswich, England, he is undefeated with 16 wins. 15 of his 16 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the reigning and defending British and WBA Continental Heavyweight Champion, Fabio Wardley.
Right, lads, I'm expecting you both, you all be in instructions at all times. When I take a break, the ball break, clean, defend yourselves at all times, and the best luck to you below. Touch gloves, touch them up, touch. Come on.
Well, this is a title that's been held by some of Britain's greatest ever heavyweights. Both men are talking about knocking the other one out. There was trouble on the red carpet at the press conference between the pair of them, and there's been this undercurrent of tension throughout the build-up. And just looking at the journey they've both been on to this point, you'd expect this to be explosive, Richie.
Indeed. It could be a quick start here for both boxers. Big punches. And that's the first good shot landed by David Adeleye.
Yeah, David Adeleye with that lead left jab. There was a good solid shot. There is a feeling that whoever lands the first one might turn out to be the winner. Wardley's got 8 stoppages inside 2 rounds compared to 6 for Adeleye, and neither of them have ever been past 6. All the talk in the build-up has been about landing power shots and taking the other one out. Wardley in the white trimmed with blue, he's the champion, and Adeleye in the pink and black.
It's all well and good producing those power shots, Fletch, but you've got to set those power shots up. So you've got to work your jab, establish the distance and space, and then judge it, and then bring that right hand through. So working with the lead hand, you know, it pays dividends, and it's very important to concentrate in the early stages.
Wardley aiming for the Adeleye body. It's the first time that the British title has been fought for on foreign shores, and it's quite a rarity in modern boxing. 2 unbeaten heavyweights, knockout specialists in their own rights, are being matched at this stage of their respective careers. It's fantastic they've done it, and we're all excited to see what happens. I think Adelaide's been the more confident in the build-up. He's certainly been the more vocal. Wardley's played it down a little bit. Laura was telling everybody about the rumours earlier. There are rumours about damage to the chin, lack of sparring, whether he's completely ready for tonight. We will find out now, Richie, over how many of these 12 rounds he managed to get through.
Absolutely, Fletch. And we spoke about it before, about using the jab and getting into a contest, and it's going to be really important for both boxers here to get the judgment of distance right, and also to judge the pace right also. Big punches, they take a lot out of each other. Through misses like that, when you miss the target with big shots, that can tire you out. So you've got to judge that pace and distance. This is a 12-round contest, and both these boxers are used to getting their opponents out of there quickly. It's going to be very interesting to see who can judge it best.
Wardley landing to the body. He's been the fighter coming forward more often than not in this first round. A whipping punch just flying over the head of the champion from David Adeleye. 30 seconds to go in the first round. And all of the crowd here know that in any instant, any second of this fight, it could all change, based on the power that both of them possess. There's a great shot from Adeleye. Best punch of the fight so far. Long left hand onto Wardley's chin.
Yeah, that was a nice bit of a lacking concentration there from Wardley, but fair play to Adeleye. Took advantage, and it was a good shot.
Wardley doubling up on the jab. Decent body shot. Nice flurry at the end of the round with the response from Adeleye right at the bell. I talked about the punch that Adeleye was able to land, but he took it well. That's in Francis Ngannou's dressing room. Israel Adesanya in there. So many superstars of combat sports here in Riyadh this week. They'll all be ringside in the Kingdom Arena for the main event. And Ngannou, I've got to say, the odds are stacked against him, but he's been extremely relaxed in the build-up. He's in there smiling, and he's ready for what lies ahead against Tyson Fury.
Fascinating, isn't it?
Very entry, always double dose.
Bearing up the entry, that's right.
He's trying to bait you. He's panicking. He's trying to bait you.
So Adeleye here just working well with his jab. That's a lovely shot, isn't it? That was early on in the contest. So he's boxing well. There's that long looping left around the guard of Wardley towards the end.
Wardley's got the better resume. He's got the single best win on the record as well. Adelaide's got more experience. He learned to box to protect himself on the streets. He's the one with the amateur career to lean on. Wardley went by the white-collar route, and he's done remarkably well to get to this point as the British heavyweight champion. You wonder at some stage whether Wardley's speed could be a factor. He's a fighter who relies on quick reflexes to avoid the punches. You'd say that Adeleye is probably the more natural heavyweight of the two. They've only boxed 79 rounds between them in the pros, and both of them, Richie, with this knockout percentage above 90%.
Incredible. Adeleye, though, you know, he's a big puncher, just swinging there with that left hook, missing the target. He's got to set it up a little bit better. I think Wardley, now started this round. He's obviously listened to his corner. His corner have told him to use his jab a little bit more, and he's come out using that punch. Adelaide got to settle down a little bit and set up these power shots.
Utmost respect being shown by each man in there, because both individuals know that if they lose concentration for a second, it could be over. That's a great shot by Adeleye. Very, very quick.
That was the perfect on cue, wasn't it there? Just lacking concentration, and then Adeleye comes through with a super crisp, sharp jab.
Wardley had to take one in close as well, as John Latham was trying to break them.
Speed of punch from Adeleye is very good indeed. Sometimes he starts off from too far out, just like he did there, just missed the target. Just got to get a little bit closer, but he's got that speed of punch over Wardley. And again, a good shot there.
Yeah, working that left jab nicely when Wardley gets in range. David Adeleye, just over a minute to go in the second.
Wardley's got to watch what he's doing there. He's actually coming forward, very low lead hand. He's trying to just inch his way forward and work with that shot, but he could leave himself open. He's been caught with a couple of fast jabs, but it's not the jab that's the problem, it's that right hand from Adeleye. He throws with speed and power. And by edging forward and coming over your front foot, then that could be a problem for Wardley. He's got to watch it.
Wardley did just wipe his glove over his left eye as well after that previous clinch between the two of them. Inside the final 30 seconds then of the second round. Every punch that lands here cheered to the rafters by the crowd here in Riyadh. It's a decent shot from Wardley with Adelaide's back to the ropes. Maybe the best punch that he's managed to land so far, right towards the end of this second round.
He's moving too much. and you're catching him. Yeah, he's slowing down a bit. Well done.
Dummy. Let's go dummy.
Yep. Yeah.
Let's go dummy.
He's done
Right now. But it's time to win a fight. It ain't about that motherfucking other shit, the street shit, that, David. He's in front of you. Come on, we come to win the belt. You ain't listening.
Good job there from Adeleye. It was a nice shot from him in that round. Wardley had some better work towards the end of it, though. Judged the distance and got very well. But there, Adeleye again gets through with the jab. But Wardley towards the end of the contest, end of the round, had some good shots of his own, but a good display there from Adelaye's jab.
Wardley beat the former world title challenger Eric Molina 6 fights ago. That looks like the best win that either of them's had. He also had to show some guts tonight. He won this title against Nathan Gorman. The only time he went the distance was in his pro debut back in 2017. Adeleye was taken the distance by Kamil Sokolovsky back in 2021, a fight that a lot of people felt he was fortunate to get the decision in. Stopped 6 in a row since then, though. I think the big question for both of them, Richie, because we haven't really seen it, is how either of them react when they properly get tagged. And that's better work at the start of the third round here from the champion Wardley.
Well, Adeleye just got tagged there. That was a cracking shot from Wardley. That right hand judged the distance very well indeed. And the referee not happy with David Adeleye there.
It's not the first time he's warned it for that, Richie. Not the first time he's warned it with the forearm. So John Latham with a stern ticking off for David Adeleye.
Yeah, it's because he was caught with a cracking shot. It really was a good punch there from Wardley. I think Wardley's boxing fairly well from the outside. Some good stuff coming from him, but look at how dangerous Adeleye is there with that left hook.
Yeah, really good left hook from David Adeleye, just as Fabio Wardley was thinking about opening up, and he sends the right hand in as well. Body shots from the champion and a wild swing with the right hand. Adeleye quickly out of there.
Like I said earlier, Fletch, you know, they have to judge the distance here, the pace of the contest, because they're putting a lot of effort into the power shots. But that can drain you. It really can. If the opponent comes through the attacks, or you miss the target with those heavy shots, then you fatigue a lot quicker.
Most of the instruction to Fabio Wardley in rounds is coming from Ben Davis, and then Robert Hodgins tends to do the talking between rounds. Adeleye swinging that left hand and smiling at the fact he missed by so much. Just stopped throwing the jab as much, hasn't he, Adeleye?
Yeah, he's got to use that a little bit more. Wardley's boxing fairly decent on the outside, taking a few risks with those low hands, but he has fast reactions. He lays back, gets his head and body out of the way, comes forward there with a couple of big punches as well.
Yeah, just as Adeleye was back to the ropes, he just seems to have worked out the distance a little bit better now, Wardley.
And you do that with the jab, you know, he's edging forward, measure with the tee, and he's got a good layback there, so he's just trying to take the sting out of Adelaye's jab and just lay back and make him miss. But Adeleye is such a ferocious puncher.
Final stages here of the third round. Not a great deal between them. All 3 rounds have been tight, all 3 rounds have been close, and there's the bell to end this one.
Deep breath.
Put your arms down, David.
Sam.
Deep breath, arms down.
Listen, you got his timing, but then though, you're getting up off the time. Do you understand me?
Yeah.
You have his timing, then what you do, you get off your timing. Stay on your timing.
Hold him there, but that could have been a little bit risky.
He with a jab. Not a
Keep well on the clinch, yeah?
So in the clinch, keep your head tight to his, yeah? So that will prevent any space being created for him to get anything off.
So good success there from Wardley, cracking right hand. That was the one that had Adeleye in a little bit of trouble, and the referee got a little bit angry there with the way Adeleye just brought his elbow up. But nevertheless, Wardley started that attack off with that super right hand. That was a cracking punch.
The Final instructions there from Ben Davison. I mean, you've got to admire the fact they've been matched at this stage, Richie. When you see them both with the records they've got, 16-0 for Wardley, 12-0 for Adeleye. All but 2 of the combined fights have ended by a stoppage. British title at heavyweight on the line here in Riyadh. Pink and black for David Adeleye, the white and blue, the Ipswich Town colours for Fabio Wardley, who spent time in their academy as a youngster. David Adeley's got a degree in business management, loves fighting by his own admission. It's the first time that Adeley's fought outside London as a professional. Wardley just trying to put the punches together now in 1s and 2s, trying to put the combinations together. I think he's the one, Richie, at this stage who's started to grow into the fight. Yeah, he is. He's working a little bit harder than Adeleye, isn't he, Wardley? Using his jab a little bit better. So volume's coming from Wardley. But you're always looking for Adeleye to produce that power shot. I mean, they're both powerful punchers. But Wardley's been a little bit more busier with that lead hand. He's doing more work. Adeleye has got to do more work with his left hand to set up that power shot of his. So he's too far out there. You can see that a mile away. You're not going to hit the target from that distance. You've got to work with that jab, step in with that front foot, measure that distance. Sometimes double the jab up, then send the right hand down. Well, it's the point that was being made by the corner between rounds. They were saying, look, you've got Wardley's timing, but you're just not letting the punches go correctly. So maybe that was an illustration there. The only way really you're going to catch Wardley with that type of a shot is if Wardley's coming forward. That's what I spoke about earlier, the way Wardley's just edging occasionally over his front foot. But this is a good attack from him again. Nothing's coming back from Adeleye. Kind of combinations that nick close rounds. Yeah, so we're seeing here. Well-planned attack there from Wardley. Inside the final minute of the 4th round, and Wardley's been the one coming forward, the one throwing the higher volume of punches. He's the British champion. A couple of jabs setting up another attack for Wardley. Adeleye looks a little bit cautious, didn't really want to let his own punch go, and he only just missed with that one. A big sweeping left hook that might well have grazed the forehead, but nothing more. Yeah, it's one of those contests, isn't it, that you just cannot lapse in concentration for a second. It looked like all Wardley in that exchange, and then that left hook was just an inch away, probably from landing flush on the target. There it was again. So Wardley's got to watch what he's doing here. They're good attacks from him, but when he gets close, Adelaye's dangerous. Time to get ready for work for Francis Ngannou. Having the hands wrapped, of course, he's wearing the boxing gloves tonight, not the MMA mitts. It's a different challenge that he faces tonight. We know all about his power. The big question is, can he find the punch to land on the chin of Tyson Fury?
You're just sitting like this. Look, you're just sitting like this, David. David, listen to me. Toe to toe, toe to toe. Look at...
Let's have a look at some of the work here from Fabio Wardley, Richie. Yeah, this is where he just gets him on the ropes. And look at that for a shot. If that's just an inch closer to his chin, that connects, and then who knows. So he's very dangerous at Adeleye on the inside, but good attack from Wardley, but he's got to concentrate when he gets up close. Is that one of those where you feel the breeze on the way past? Absolutely. You don't want that connecting to your chin, Fletch. So the 5th round scheduled for 12, and we're moving towards uncharted territory for both of them. Both of them tend to end fights quickly, so the longer this goes, the more they'll have to find out about themselves over a potentially longer distance. Of course, as we keep saying, that they've both got the power to change the fight, end the fight in a split second. And John Latham's had to be busy in there so far. It's been quite scrappy at times. It has. It's a contest where you've got to learn in the contest. For Wardley, he's having more success when it's boxed mid to long range. That's a lovely shot, long range with a right hand there, but up close, short to mid. And Adeleye is the danger man. 2 good jabs as well, followed up from Fabio Wardley.
You've then got to force your type of contest onto your opponent, Fletch. So it's up to Adeleye to get close, to land those big punches, find a way.
The better work at this stage is coming from the champion, and the greater volume of work is coming from the champion as well. Adelaide's been close, though, a couple of times with low sweeping hooks, and that's better work from him. Wardley calls him in.
Yeah, he does. Again, Adeleye just a little bit too far out. Got to double the jab up. A single shot there. Wardley, he coped with it. He's launching the attack from too far out, so he's got to get closer as Adeleye.
Has to get significantly closer. At the moment, this is being fought Fabio Wardley's way to a large extent. Good jump from Adeleye. Nice and sharp.
Again, I think Wardley there just risking things a little bit there. Hands fairly low, judging that distance, staying on the outside, trying to draw the lead of Adeleye.
It's the way that he fights, though, Richie. Relies on the reflexes, happy to hold his head high and stick his chin out, and then rely on the reflexes to get him out of range. And he's been successful at doing that so far tonight. Adeleye, of course, has the power to finish him if it doesn't work. Adeleye looking to unload, but Wardley finding some decent shots himself with his back to the ropes. Maybe the better quality in that exchange came from Wardley.
Yeah. But he's taking more risks there by taking Adeleye on in at close quarters. Tough contest. I think when Wardley's boxing at range, he seems to be in control of it more. There, he took Adeleye on a little bit, had a bit of success, but you really are risking it against a big puncher like Adeleye.
Good shot by Wardley right at the end of the round. And there's the bell. So let's hear from the man who's top of the bill tonight, Francis Ngannou with Josh Denzel.
Mind games. He's tried to, you know, at the weigh-in, we saw him tickling your ribs, trying to make a laugh and a joke out of it. It doesn't seem to have affected you at all.
No, I know him and I know his game, so I'm not playing his game, I'm playing mine.
We know that you have full belief in yourself, and you've been working with a legend in Mike Tyson. Have you been working on anything in particular? How are you going to start fast? Many people in the boxing world saying you have to start fast and make sure this thing doesn't go the distance.
Well, I don't have to start fast. You know, I think I need to find my pace in the fight and wait for the opportunity whenever it comes.
Francis, pleasure. Good luck.
He's top of the bill tonight, Ngannou against Fury. Now that's the next fight you will see tonight. I would say, while we were listening to the interview, they were more and more animated in the Adeleye corner between rounds. There's a bit of concern in there, I think, Richie, at the moment.
Yeah, because I think that... Oh, that was better!
Left hand, really good shot. And another one. Wardley just took his eye off the ball for a second there, and David Adeleye made him pay.
Yeah, he certainly did. He's more or less waiting for the referee to say break. Now, the referee isn't happy, is he?
Well, he hasn't taken a point off, and that wasn't for the punch on the break. Well, that was for a forearm again, I suspect. Yeah. I think it's the final warning. I don't think he's going to get the chance to do that again, David Adeleye. So John Latham's laid down the law. 6 rounds scheduled for 12. Neither man has been past this round before. So the second half of the fight could be fascinating if it doesn't end here.
Having said that, Wardley can't afford to take a rest on the inside when they get up close. He's got to keep switched on. Adelaide's looking for the odd shot on the inside. Got decent power. That's better for Wardley. Look, just controlling the space and the distance, especially with that jab. Oh, you can see what he's doing. He's trying to draw the lead of Adeleye, and then he's trying to come back with the counter. Counter-punching on the front foot here, Wardley. Taking a risk, setting the trap, low hands, waiting for Adeleye to strike, and then he's making him miss and come back with a shot. Good counter-punching from Wardley.
A little short jab in there from Fabio Wardley as well. halfway through the 6th round. Adeleye with a left jab and then grabs a hold of Wardley. A minute to go.
That's a good shot from Wardley there. Good lead hand and another one.
Just made Adeleye take a backward step, didn't it? Just waited for his head to clear. It was a good scoring punch that from Wardley. Follows it up with a decent right hand as well. Adeleye says, I'm fine. Wardley lands another left jab. Adeleye sticks out the tongue. Blood coming from the mouth of David Adeleye.
Yeah, good shots from Wardley here. And he senses it, doesn't he? But this is where Adeleye can be very dangerous indeed.
Yeah, Wardley's just gone through the gears a little bit in the 6th round. He's just started to throw more punches, getting a little bit closer to David Adeleye, having more success. Good shot by Wardley there, the long right hand which found the chin. Adeleye showing good resilience. Good round for Wardley.
Oh, that was a tremendous, probably his best round.
Big Frazer Clarke, a man you know very well, Richie.
Yeah, he's a great lad, Frazer. Olympic bronze medalist from 2020.
Your goal is to keep him breaking his base. The more time he's breaking his base, the more time he's not ready, you've got less to worry about. Okay?
The Gypsy King
keep letting him
watching the fight in the dressing room. He'll start really ramping up the preparations for his fight with Francis Ngannou very, very soon. And he's been the picture of relaxation ever since he got here to Riyadh. But he always is. I mean, he's never bothered, is he?
No. Very unpredictable. Been through it many times before.
So we're about to find out what both of these fighters are like in the second half of the contest, Richie, because both of them are coming out for the 7th round for the very first time. This is going to be informative.
Well, that last round, I think, was pretty significant for Wardley. He started to break Adeleye down, especially with that lead hand, and Adeleye took a couple of big shots on the ropes. So let's see what response we get from Adeleye, because we need one.
Wardley working behind that left jab. Adeley's challenge remains to get close enough to land those power shots. Wardley at the moment controlling the fight behind his jab. It was Adeley's jab in the early rounds of the fight, maybe the 1st or 2nd round, but since then, that jab of Wardley's become more and more of a factor.
Yeah, and we spoke about that. You've got to, establish a lead with that jab, measure that distance with your lead hand. And again, just simple boxing with the lead hand there. And Adeleye, Adeley's got a dangerous jab, but he hasn't thrown half of what he should. He's been a bit lazy with his jab, as David Adeleye, but fair play to Wardley. Good boxing performance up to now.
Looks the fresher man in there as well, Fabio Wardley, when you do the eye test on the two of them.
Well, the thing is, Fletcher, as well, they're not soft jabs, these, these are pretty hard jabs that Wardley's throwing. They're hitting the target, and if Adeleye occasionally comes over his front foot, the power's being doubled up. And so, he's slowly breaking him down, isn't he? We need a response, like I said, from Adeleye.
First time we've gone this far tonight. Martin Bakole won in the 4th. First round stoppages for Moses Itauma and Mac Mudolf. Joseph Parker winning in the 3rd round. Into the 7th here with just over a minute to go, and David Adeleye. Feel like at this stage of the fight, Richie, he needs some kind of success just to give himself a bit of confidence for what remains.
Well, it's no way over yet. Adeley's still very dangerous. But at the moment, he's just been outboxed a little bit. And Wardley's doing the right thing.
Good shot from him. The left hook was the big one. Adeleye gets to his feet. Adeleye says, I'm fine. We're about to find out if he is. Stuck his tongue out at Fabio Wardley and says, come on then, let's have it. Wardley with a great punch. Adeleye in all kinds of trouble. Adeleye fires the left hook. Wardley unloading as well. Both of them letting the punches go. Adeleye hanging on, clinging to his hopes. Wardley unloading with big punches. John Latham stops it. David Adeleye pushes the referee away, furious with the decision. But Fabio Wardley retains his British title with a stoppage victory over David Adeleye. And when he went through the gears, he was very impressive.
Fantastic there from Wardley. We spoke about a lapse in concentration, and it was Adeleye on that clinch. He just gets caught with a super left hook. That started the ball rolling. And Wardley, the way he put the finish together, that was very impressive indeed. And Adeleye, he didn't recover. The referee's jumped in. He's going to argue about it, obviously, out of the Adeleye corner, but he wasn't recovered. And Wardley there, that was a very good finish indeed.
The punch that put him down initially, Adeleye, was an absolute beauty. The medical team just making sure he's okay based on the volume of punches he took before that stoppage. John Latham jumping in quickly. Huge celebrations, of course, in the Wardley corner. But the shot to put Adeleye onto the canvas was a beauty.
Yeah, it was a good shot indeed. And it came from... first of all, it was off the break, wasn't it, where he just caught Adeleye with a super punch, peach of a shot off the break, and then, like I said, that started it, and then he just continued with the attacks, sustained pressure, big punches, and that Adeleye, fair play to him, he gets up, but he did not recover, his legs weren't right, and Wardley then finished him off, and the referee jumps in.
No problem for Fabio Wardley going into the 7th round of a fight, and he's now stopped 16 opponents in a row. Went the distance in his professional debut, but since then he's been a wrecking man, a wrecking ball in this heavyweight division.
He boxed well there, did Wardley. Those last 2 or 3 rounds I was more impressed with him, working behind his jab, setting up his attacks, breaking his opponent down with a simple lead hand. David Adeleye, we know he's dangerous, we know he's powerful, but he didn't throw enough with that lead hand of himself. He didn't use his jab enough. Adeleye wasn't setting up that right hand of his. That's his power shot. Wardley, on the other hand, sometimes it was just simple boxing. He took the odd risk here and there by lowering that guard and closing that gap and drawing the lead off Adeleye. But fair play to Wardley, counter-punching on the front foot. Good counter-punches, but simple jabs that set up his right hand, and a great finish.
It was indeed. So let's have a look at the punch that put David Adeleye down. And I wondered for a second when he did hit the canvas whether he was going to be able to get up. I mean, he had that smile on his face and the tongue sticking out, but that's a beautiful shot.
Well, it is, and it's a lapse of concentration off the clinch. So they're broken away from the clinch, and Adeleye has just stood there, and then Wardley has produced a right hand and the left hook. There it is there. That's a cracking shot. But Adeleye more or less give it to him, just breaking away from the clinch and not concentrating. But fair play to Wardley, he delivered those knockout shots. Let's have a look at it again. Right hand, left hook. Yeah, that was quality there from Wardley.
Just been handed the scores as they were at the time of the stoppage. Fabio Wardley was up 59-55 on 2 of the cards, and by 60 points to 54 on the other one after 6. So he was in control of it in the eyes of the judges, and there's the stoppage. David Adeleye not happy, and John Latham won't be pleased by the fact he's been pushed away like that.
No, he'll be spoken to about that, but come on, you know, he wasn't recovered. You know, Adeleye, he would have fought right to the very, very end. Of course, he would have fought on. But the referee, he's closer to the action than anyone. He's made that, he's given that call, and it's probably the right call. And Wardley there has produced the power shots.
Nice to see the 2 men together in the ring, and nice to see David Adeleye fine and well after that stoppage. There's been bad blood in the build-up, but good to see them together like that at the end of the fight.
Yeah, respect to David Adeleye there for going over. There has been bad blood, but fair play to them.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 2 minutes 43 seconds of round number 7. Our referee in charge, John Latham, stops the contest. Therefore, your winner by way of technical knockout, Still undefeated, and now the British WBO European, WBA Continental, and Commonwealth Heavyweight Champion, Fabio Wardley.
Ladies and gentlemen, this contest is a presentation of Hall of Fame promoter Mr. Frank Warren on behalf of Queensberry Promotions for Riyadh Season and National Event Center in association with the General Entertainment Authority, Gold Star Promotions, and Sella. This contest is presented along with Bomb Squad. Special thanks to the British Boxing Board of Control for their support throughout this evening. BBB of C, steward in charge of this bout, Robin Smith. WBC supervisor from Italy, Mauro Betti. WBO supervisor from Wales, Robert Smith. The 3 judges assigned, all from the United Kingdom, Michael Alexander, Steve Gray, and John Latham. And in charge of the action inside the ring when it begins, your referee, Mark Lyson. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the co-featured Day of Reckoning contest. 12 rounds of boxing for the vacant WBC, International and WBO Intercontinental Unified Heavyweight Championship. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing white with burgundy, official weight 245.3 pounds. His record, 36 fights, 33 victories, including 23 big wins by knockout, with 3 defeats. From South Auckland, he's the heavyweight fighting pride of New Zealand, the number 3 ranked heavyweight in the world by the WBO, former WBO heavyweight champion of the world, Lupi Solai, La Ole Ole Maliatoa, a.k.a. Big Joseph Parker. And across the ring, his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, wearing black and gold, officially weighing in at 213 pounds, and he brings an outstanding record consisting of 46 fights, 43 victories, 42 by knockout victory against 2 defeats with 1 draw. Born, raised, living, training, and fighting out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, USA, the WBC and WBA number 1 ranked heavyweight in the world, the former WBC heavyweight world champion, the Bronx Bomber, Dr. Sleep, Deontay Wilder.
Okay, boxers, I've spoke to you both already. You know what I expect. Stay professional, obey my commands, and most of all, protect yourself at all times. Touch good, boys. Good luck to you both.
Conventional wisdom says Joseph Parker should stick and move this fight, but his trainer Andy Lee said, listen, we're here to fight fire with fire. We aren't just looking for a knockout, we expect it. And upon hearing that, Wilder responded by saying, I hope Parker brought a pillow and a blanket. I'm going to put him to sleep.
Yeah, look, I wouldn't be surprised if Parker was able to stop Wilder, but I don't think it would be in a shootout.
I think a shootout would be a bad decision for Joseph Parker. You got to pick your spots to be aggressive. Pick your moments to sling the power. Because we know who the puncher in this fight is, and that's Deontay Wilder, by far.
I like this. I like this approach from Parker, holding the center of the ring, allowing space behind him. So when Wilder does spring in with the big shots, he can move his feet out of range. It's so important when you're backed up to the ropes. You have got nowhere to go.
This is such a fun matchup. Deontay Wilder, as you know, can end it with a straight right hand. Parker, he's a good boxer. He's got power as well, coming off a third-round knockout win himself right here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Stopped Simon Keane back in October.
Yeah, and he looked good, Tom. Quick hands, good variation. We know he's got every shot in his arsenal.
It is 1 a.m. local time here in Riyadh. Hope you're enjoying this fight no matter where you are in the world.
You can see the respect that Joseph Parker has for that power, just staying out of range of that right hand early on.
And that jab, we've seen the jab from Wilder there, just falling short with the shot, but that's what he needs to do. Find the range with the jab, then he can look for that right hand.
And I expect a lot of jabs to the midsection of Wilder. When you're dealing with a very tall, rangy person and a boxer like Wilder, you want to aim at the midsection, and that opens up everything else.
Look how far away Parker is right now. Only Wilder could land a punch. Wilder with a 7-inch reach advantage.
Very patient start from both.
Well, I expect patience from Wilder right now since he's been inactive for over 2 years. So he wants to get the feel of the ring again, you know, being under the bright lights, get the quickness of the speed of the punches. You know, so this is a strategy by Wilder right now to not really go looking for anything big. Just get the cobwebs out and get the feeling of the ring again.
Yeah, on the flip side, I think Parker won't want to be gun-ho, doesn't want to get sloppy, careless. So I think that may be his reason.
Nice right hand there from Parker. He lands the first consequential blow.
Yeah, it was a good right hand.
If he starts throwing the jab to the belly, that right hand was actually going to land a little bit more effectively.
Todd Grisham, Sergio Mora, Darren Barker, and Chris Mannix ringside here for this co-main event of the evening, but it could very well be the main event.
The danger about throwing that jab to the belly is, since Wilder's so tall and so lanky that he can be throwing the right hand down.
So unlike Robert Helenius in Wilder's last fight, Parker is going to finish round 1.
Good. You're staying patient. I don't mind it, and you're calm, cool, and collected. Before you give me a single jab, give me a double feint. Because he's cognizant of everything. He don't even want you to land a jab. Yeah. So make him comfortable with the feints. But when he take his chance, you got to look at the in-between to see what you can get there. Yeah. You know what I mean? Continue being patient, brother. Before a single jab, I'd rather a double feint. No single.
Jab up, jab down. The feints are working good. The steps are good. Perfect round. Okay. What's your round in the back? Well, he's there. When you see him reorganizing on the road, shoot down right hand to the head, okay? Yeah. As long as you exit low, you're fine.
Seconds out. Round 2.
Coming into this fight, Wilder said, I don't care what Joseph Parker says to you. He's never felt the power that I bring and possess. Malik Scott, his trainer, said, Wilder's got decapitation power.
There Parker comes out with the jab to the belly. That's what I want to see more of. You know, in quiet rounds, you just want to start, you know, setting the foundation for something that can land later. And that's the jab to the chest, the jab to the belly, and foot feints.
Chris, what do you make of the weight of Deontay Wilder?
I think it's the ideal weight for him. The third fight against Tyson Fury, he came in the high 230s. That was the highest of his career. When he's at his best, he is anywhere from 213 to 217. Came in right around 213 for this fight, so he is at an optimal weight for his best success.
Optimal weight for him to be moving around as well. Yeah. So that's probably strategic, that they want to be lighter, that they can be lighter on their feet.
Yeah, exactly that. Very nimble, moving.
Well, as you got, I mean, look, muscle does not produce power. It was always kind of strange to me that Deontay muscled up before that third fight with Tyson Fury.
Yes, it's the speed that generates so much power. The commitment when he throws the shot from Wilder also.
It's the speed, the commitment, and the timing, and also the lankiness. Like, Wilder has that Thomas Hearns type power where, you know, he can extend that long reach, and he can get that whole torque when he moves his whole hip and the shoulders. It's a lanky, skinny type of power, but it's explosive when it lands.
still believe this is a positive start, though, for Parker.
Well, he hasn't been knocked out yet. Of course it is. Right? That's what you have to avoid.
He's holding center ring, yet to really close the gap, but making Wilder move a lot. Again, still hasn't brought either foot, either side of Wilder to try and cut the ring down.
Does Parker want to get inside on Wilder and just try and bang it out?
Look, it's either or. He's either got to be out of range or very close, then he can work away. I think at punching range, with the speed that Wilder delivers the shot, you'd have to be very careful, Parker. So either wait for Wilder to fall short, then fight back with a counter, or work inside.
I agree with the inside part. He needs to get inside to make it aggressive. I don't agree with the outside part, Darren, because of the long reach and that explosive reach. That's where the power actually really detonates for Deontay Wilder, the farther you are. You know, so I think mid-range and inside is where Parker's going to be safe or more comfortable.
This is this third straight fight where Wilder's had a hiatus of more than a year, so perhaps some ring rust he's trying to shake off right now. Parker, on the other hand, fighting for the 4th time this year.
And Parker should take advantage of these quiet rounds. Just, you know, a light little flurry can steal the round.
How you feeling? Yeah, all right. Easy work? Yeah. The opportunities are there. Don't hesitate. Open them up with feints. You can, when you get into the ropes, take your chance. Okay. This is your chance, though. Okay. The more you try, the more lucky you're going to get, the more accurate you're going to get. Yeah. So if the jab to the body, right hand to the head, yeah? Or the right hand, left hook goes in. Good round. You got 2 rounds in the bag. So we're not going for points, we're going for a knockout. Yeah. And you can knock this guy out. Yeah. More punches. No, you've done all right now. You've worked your way into it. You're boxing well. You've won the 2 rounds. Jab to the body, jab to the body, jab to the body, right hand to the head. Yeah. Left hook after.
Seconds out. Round 3.
There you hear former champion Andy Lee in the corner of Joseph Parker asking for more jabs to the body. And that's exactly what I would like to see. When you're dealing with a tall, lanky fighter, aim at the body. That's going to bring down the head a little bit more if we can land that overhand right that you're looking for.
Yeah, when he throws that jab to the body, he needs to bring that front foot in, though. He doesn't want to fall over the front foot. He'd be in a terrible position there to be caught by the right hand of Wilder. It's a feet crucial.
There with the right hand, and he missed. Parker wisely getting inside, trying to smother that punch. Wilder, a very late start as a fighter, didn't begin his amateur career until he was 20. The span of just 35 amateur bouts. He won an Olympic bronze medal at the 2008 Beijing Games, the only medal winner on the U.S. team.
Yeah, heavyweights are pretty much the only ones that can get aggressive with a late start like that. They can have success because they're just so big and they concentrate on just 2 big punches, a long jab and a detonating right hand.
I'm not surprised that Parker's being hesitant. Are you a little surprised by Wilder being so cautious?
Yeah, I'd like to see him sort of spring in with that long left hook and the right hand, but he's biding his time.
He's looking for something, Darren. He's using the entirety of this ring, which is the kind of stuff you see from bantamweights and not heavyweight like Deontay Wilder. So he's clearly looking for one big shot.
And one big shot is what Parker was just looking for there. You know, that's a well-timed overhand right. That's a good strategy, but you need to set that up. You need to fool your opponent, you know, with foot feints, with jabs to the chest, double jabs to the belly. Then that overhand might have success.
A left to the body there from Parker. This crowd waiting for something big to happen.
It'll come soon.
Maybe some more feints as well from either fighter here. Try and draw out the lead from one another. If I was Parker, I'd be feinting a lot more.
Deontay Wilder is a natural explosive puncher, one of the most dangerous punchers in boxing history, but he's also has that fierce mentality, a fighter mentality, that warrior mentality. So the fight's going to explode any minute. I think, you know, the one that's going to follow the strategy all the way to the end is going to be Joseph Parker.
Dangerous moment there. You just sense it when Parker closes inside. And That jab backed Wilder up against the ropes.
Yeah, double jab. Caught Wilder's force coming in, and that actually affected Wilder. Shook his legs a little bit.
Yeah, the balance didn't look great there of Wilder.
Yeah, you got to remember, you know, Deontay Wilder's in his late 30s now. You know, he's 38 years old, so moving around this much is going to take away from the legs, especially when you're not a mover. You're not accustomed to being a boxer and using the entire ring.
A wry smile from Wilder there, who thinks, you know what, he's going to get it in a minute. Let's check in with Olivia, who's with Devin Haney.
Devin, the overriding favourite, according to our DAZN fan zone. So fans watching in the UK and the US think that Deontay Wilder is going to win this fight. How are you seeing it right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think so too. I think that he just, you know, trying to set it up and trying to, you know, get Joseph to relax. But Joseph so far is boxing well, so can't be mad at it.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Remember, if you're watching in the UK and the US, the DAZN fan zone, make sure you get involved. Join the conversation. All you have to do is scan the QR code on your screen below. And of course, we've got this fight coming up. And of course, the other main event as well. Back to you, Todd.
Darren, from what you've seen so far, has your prediction changed of what kind of fight this is going to end up being? Who's going to win?
I always knew it was going to be a difficult night for Wilder. With Parker in form, looking good last time out, full of confidence, needs to stay switched on though. We've touched on this all week. This can end in a blink.
Yeah, I didn't expect Parker to go anywhere in the first half of the fight. You know, this is going to be a second half type fight, and it's sure unfolding that way right now.
That's the shot there, the correct shot that Parker just threw as Wilder was moving to his left. But that's what we're waiting for, that explosive 1-2.
That was actually a 3-2. You know, I've never seen that from Wilder. It was a 3-2.
Oh, right hand from Parker, and now the right hand lands from Wilder.
And there's the fight we're looking for. Two big right hands landed on each. Wilder, I'm telling you, he's mean. He won't avoid a fight. He won't avoid a fight. I mean, he can stick to strategy and all, but as soon as he gets touched, he's going to go looking for more.
Well, he just got touched again, and then Wilder throwing a chopping right hand on the inside, but kudos to Parker for going and getting it.
See, some guys, once they get touched, then they start boxing. They start realizing, oh, I can get hurt here. Wilder's the opposite, man. He can do the knocking out, but once he gets clipped on the chin, he wants to get it back quick.
Yeah, maybe that might set this fight alight now. That's giving Parker some real positive energy there. You can see just starting to close the gap slightly now, creeping a little bit more. He's looking for that right hand again.
Wilder telling us this week, and you heard Michael Buffer say it, I've got another nickname, Dr. Sleep.
There we go. I want to see that from Wilder. If you're going to be moving that much and you start flicking the jab out there, not to land, but just letting it out there just so you can get the timing, the range, you know, set up and zero in on that right hand. There you go. That's what I'm talking about right there. That you get the feeling. You know, you get the feeling of boxing. You're just not backing up and backpedaling. You're actually boxing, sticking and moving.
And you can start finding the distance slightly. He's falling short with the jab, don't get me wrong, but like you say, you get a feel for it and you can start getting the distance. That will allow him to find the right hand.
And you look like you're actually trying to find an opening, not just backing up.
There from Wilder. He's used that right hand very sparingly, but he's had his moments that he thinks he can land it. That was one of them, but missed. And now Parker coming in like a sprinter.
That was a good 1-2, good attack from Parker, and he done exactly the right thing afterwards. He just kept his hands high, avoided anything that come back from Wilder.
Coming up next, it is our main event, and there is Anthony Joshua. Normally so happy, smiling all the time, but this week, Darren, he's looked all business.
Yeah, he has. Some may say a little tense, but extremely focused, in my opinion. He knows the task at hand. He knows the pot of gold for him if he was to win. So a big job to take care of this evening.
I think we've seen a transformation of Anthony Joshua after the second loss to Usyk. The way he left the ring, the bad guy approach, I think that really stuck to him.
Taking on Otto Wallen. Some good moments in this round for Joseph Parker.
Good attempts on moments. Nothing really landed cleanly, but yes, he's getting closer and closer, and so is Wilder with that right hand.
He was close there, guys.
See, the reason this came up short is because he didn't have his left foot in the door. You know, he's a little bit too far away. When you have a reach and a length as Wilder, you got to double your jab. You got to double your way into that jab. And I want to see more of those jabs to the gut.
That's the shot, the jab to the body. That will allow him to find the right hand. Is a good shot.
Let's see how Chris Mannix has it scored.
I've got it 4 rounds to none in favor of Joseph Parker. It's not like Joseph Parker is having this brilliant, complete fight. So Deontay Wilder really hasn't thrown anything up until this point. You see Joseph Parker being the aggressor more over these last couple of rounds. So right now, 4 rounds to none in favor of Joe Parker.
And I would have to agree with that, because the thing about Wilder is he's not jabbing backing up. See, if he was jabbing, then he'll be boxing. But right now he's avoiding conflict. You know, he's not throwing anything back. He's not countering. He's not setting up anything. It's Parker that's trying to set up something. It's Parker on the front foot.
Yeah, he's not being first, Wilder. He's trying to react to something that Parker's doing, but he needs to be first a bit more, in my opinion. Get behind the jab, be positive, make something happen yourself. Stop waiting.
See, there's that jab to the belly right there. See, in quiet rounds, if Wilder's going to keep moving like this, just keep touching that, get that point in the belly right there.
Would you like to see Wilder coming forward himself instead of just letting Parker be the aggressor?
Well, that's his style. I mean, his style is aggression and power and going after the knockout, but this is strategy that he's attempting to do. And we're not accustomed to seeing it, really. But this is what punchers have to do when they start evolving into older fighters. They can't knock everyone out. They start boxing. But Wilder started boxing way too late for him to get, you know, fluidity with his legs and upper body movement. He's a blunt puncher, so he can't change too much.
And there was a right hand from Parker. Again, he's scoring the points, Darren.
Yeah, he is. He's landing the shots. We see a moment ago, Wilder just poked out the double jab. He needs to double feint, step in twice, then look for the right hand.
Almost any boxer you ask will say you're never going to get a knockout when you're looking for one. It just has to come. It seems like Wilder is only looking for the knockout.
Yeah, look, he's looking for something to pounce on. But I think he's got to be a bit more proactive, be first.
He's looking for the knockout, but he's not trying to set up the knockout. That's a big difference. So by looking for it, it's Parker that's just doing this a little bit more that he can find success in winning the round.
This is also not a new development with Deontay Wilder. I was in Vegas when he fought Luis Ortiz for the second time. He lost every minute of those first, I think, 6 rounds of that fight before connecting with a bomb that put Luis Ortiz down. So Deontay Wilder doesn't fight fights to win any of them by decision. He's looking for one shot.
An overhand right from Parker seems to graze Wilder as we enter the final 10 seconds here of round number 5. Wilder listed as an 8-1 favorite in Vegas heading into this one.
You feel good? Yeah. You haven't even tried hard yet. You're winning every round, and there's so much more you can do. Yeah. He's breaking down. The jab to the body's hurting, okay? Yeah. All you got to do is be alert, and there's no danger. As long as you're alert, don't be...
I think Andy Lee in that corner would be thrilled the way that Parker's started. Like you say, not winning these rounds in unbelievable fashion, but he's winning the rounds. You know, he's taking the space away from Wilder. He's trying to make things happen, landing some good shots. And like I say, Wilder's trying to be reactive to what's coming his way. I feel he's got to be a bit more positive in his work.
And I'll tell you what, if Parker would have looped that shot over the shoulder instead of throwing it straight, he would have landed and it would have way more effect on Wilder.
Darren, if you're Andy Lee, who I know, you know very well, you've worked with him for years, do you just tell Joseph Parker, just keep doing what you're doing?
Yeah, and a few more feints, a few more jabs to head, body, bring those feet in when you throw the right hand, but generally he'll be pleased with this.
I agree. There you go. That's it. Jab up, jab down. Keep backing up Wilder. You'll get points.
And on the flip side, it's so important now that Wilder starts to establish his own jab. That is the way he will find the right hand.
And I'll tell you what, guys, you guys were actually frowning on Dimitri Bivol's backing up, boxing, and not looking for the knockout. You haven't said one negative thing about Wilder, where he hasn't attempted to do anything here.
We have him down 5-0.
Well, yeah, but we're not saying what does Wilder need to do. How come he's not doing this? You know, he's following the strategy.
Yeah, at some point he has to let his hands go.
Exactly.
He has to let his hands go soon. You know, he talks such a good fight. We're expecting so much. Show us. Show us that power. Show us why you're calling yourself Dr. Sleep.
What will Wilder do if the right hand's not there? What if he can't score that one-punch knockout? What's plan B?
I'm not too sure there is a plan B.
Plan B is plan A.
Plan B is plan A, exactly. Well, one thing's for sure, he cannot continue to keep doing this. This is far, far too easy for Parker.
And this is the thing about devastating punchers. You know, they usually don't have a plan B because they've been so successful knocking out everyone they put in front of them.
I've always said that sometimes a fighter's best asset can be their worst asset, can be their letdown. Because they get gun-ho, they start looking for the shot, but we're yet to see Wilder look for the shot.
Parker's getting closer and closer and looping that overhand right like he should be throwing it. He should be throwing it like a rainbow over the top of the shoulder instead of throwing it straight.
Well, can he find that pot of gold at the end of the rainbow? I mean, he had to.
I think that's why he used the jab to the body. Bend the knees, then arc that right hand over the top.
And there's Wilder now starting to come forward, at least in that instance.
And there's the Wilder we know. A little reckless, but that's him. That's how he's dangerous. He's powerful and he's a little reckless, especially when he goes after a knockout, but he's effective. He just needs to graze you and hurt you. Wilder has like that Julian Jackson type power where he can just graze you and then your legs are gonna go. And there's Parker almost landing that overhand right again.
Oh, that's that right hand.
Yeah, and into the body for Parker, who's gaining more and more confidence, but that could be a double-edged sword against somebody like Wilder.
That's the shot from Parker, fantastic. But signs there that Wilder's starting to let his hands go.
Make sure you check out the first Riyadh Season Tennis Cup from December 26th to 27th. Watch tennis icons Novak Djokovic, Carlos Alcaraz, and others swing, serve, smash, and battle it out on the court live on DAZN. And by the way, that tennis court is underneath us right now. This is where that match will take place.
This really is.
Also, big Boxing Day matchup between Al Ittihad going head-to-head with Al Nasser live on DAZN. Cristiano Ronaldo on your screen and in attendance here.
Yeah, this is some arena. It really is incredible. It is breathtaking.
Seconds out, round 7.
If you're Joe Parker, as you begin the second half of the fight, it's got to be about keeping discipline. You've got to fight the second half the exact same way you fought the first.
Yeah, he's basically halfway home right now, Parker. 6 more rounds like the first 6, and he's going to be only the second man to defeat Deontay Wilder. Let's look at Chris Mannix's scorecard.
Yeah, through the first half of the fight, I've got a clean sweep for Joseph Parker. I thought that right hand at the very end of the 6th round was enough to give it to Parker. He's just landing the cleaner punches. They're not coming at a high volume, but the cleanest punches are being landed by Parker.
Yeah, Chris, when you're only getting hit 2 or 3 times, you hit the other guy 5 or 6 times, you win the round.
Look, through 6 rounds, Joseph Parker's landed 35 punches. Deontay Wilder landed just 16.
I think it's where he's positioned in the ring, Parker. He's not allowing Wilder to get a foothold into the contest. He's not getting bullied, backed up. He's just not allowed Wilder to get on the front foot.
And Wilder's not an inside fighter. You see inside, he's not a clumsy, he's kind of clumsy inside. Those long arms need extension, you know, so inside, that's Parker's game right there. He should just be hitting anything available. Even if it's just the biceps, shoulders, just stay busy.
He's going to exit this corner. Yep, look, he's going to exit the corner to his left, Wilder. That's where you just dip the head to the left, throw that right hand, as you said, Sergio. A big looping overhand right.
Or even to the body. Even to the body, yeah. That action, soften up the body, start getting the left arm to go down, then an opening will come to the left side of the head.
Boy, I don't know how many body shots either guy has thrown in this fight. Count them on one hand, probably. There's one.
Well, that's what Parker needs to start doing, and I think Andy Lee told him that 3 rounds ago, more jabs to the body. It seems like they're not effective, but they are effective. They're annoying, and they're like probably the #1 thing you can do to set up big shots, especially with taller, leaner fighters.
Oh, there's a right hand, grazed the skull of Parker. Let's see if Wilder tries to follow up on it.
That's what I want to see more of, though. That explosive speed, stepping in behind the long left hook and the right hand. He needs to build from this now, Wilder. We need to see more of that.
Both fighters are winding up that right hand. Both of them. If you see them, they're cocked and ready to go.
Wilder should have plenty gas in the tank here to maybe pick around where he...
There it is.
And that was the right hand from Parker as Wilder stumbled back a little bit.
Both of them threw the exact same shot. Parker landed a little bit better.
He's starting to let the shot go now, Wilder.
But missing by about 2 feet.
He is missing, but just starting to show more intent. This is where it's important for Parker to get back to the corner. Be told, stay switched on. Don't get careless.
Just came up short right there, Parker.
So hopefully this fight beginning to heat up. And Anthony Joshua getting his sweat on as he warms up, preparing to take on Otto Wallin. And in the back of his mind, AJ knows, at least reports say, he's supposed to fight Deontay Wilder in March of next year, but the best laid plans of mice and men may not allow that, as Wilder right now is getting beaten by Joseph Parker. And there's Otto Wallin, who hopes to pull off an upset of his own in the main event.
And listen, we might be seeing 2 of the exact same performances, because Wallin, he's live dog as well. I mean, we're seeing a live dog in Parker possibly winning this fight. I mean, it can go either way, man. This is the thing when you try to set up big fights. You never know what could happen.
Yeah, we saw Tyson Fury had that fight set up with Usyk, and he got dropped by Ngannou and nearly lost that fight. You can't get caught looking ahead. Round 8. According to Chris Mannix's scorecard, Parker could lose the rest of the rounds in this fight and still win.
And if that's the case, if I was Parker, I would kind of just start switching my game plan to stay away from the right hand, because pretty much that's the only punch that Wilder has in his arsenal. So if Parker can start moving to his right and forcing Wilder to go to his right, stay on that flank and just keep jabbing, keep fighting this boring fight that you're winning.
Yeah, by bringing his right foot across, that will make Wilder move to his left, enabling Parker to actually find his own right hand. So footwork is key here. Concentration, of course, also so important for Parker. But yeah, you can hear behind us saying, let it go. You've got to let the shot go.
Bill Haney, I believe that was, the father of Devin Haney, shouting instructions to Deontay. But I think that's what everybody's saying at home right now. Let it go, Deontay.
And listen, boring is big shot.
And now right-handed backs Parker up. Didn't win flush though, but we're finally getting some exchanges between these two.
Wilder took a big right hand right there and came right back. That's the thing about Wilder. He's a reactive fighter. Anytime he hits something, he's going to try to get it right back. That could work against him with a slight fighter like Parker.
Again, he needs to build from that, Wilder. Work again, let your hands go. Just too many breaks, far too many breaks. Waiting far too long.
And if you notice, Parker's already breaking that distance a lot easier now. You know, he already got the timing and the speed of Wilder. Look, he's already in punching range. Just missed that right hand right there.
Yeah, that's where you bring the right foot across. That's the right idea. That's the right shot for Parker. But just needs to bring the foot across.
But again, Parker cannot afford to get too comfortable You let your guard down for a second, and Wilder ends it.
I love those 3 jabs right there. Up, down, up. That's exactly what's going to work to land the right hand. I would love to see him do that exact same thing and throw the right hand right to the gut.
Loves it. And Wilder's hurt. He is hurt. And he's holding on right now as Parker, who said I'm going for the knockout, is certainly doing so here in the 8th round.
Uppercuts if you're Joseph Parker.
Caught him again. Wilder swinging at ghosts right now.
Wilder's got to hold on here. The referee's close.
There's that big rainbow shot you've been asking for, Sergio.
This is great work from Parker. The legs are completely gone of Wilder.
That overhand right is going to land, but throw a shot to the body, then come over the top.
Deontay Wilder is damaged goods heading into the 9th round.
This place has just come alive. Incredible stuff from Joseph Parker. A man in form, a man with self-belief.
A little bit more alert. That could have been easily
incredible.
And then look, there's that overhand right. And the reason it landed is because the left foot finally got in the front door. It got in the space of where Wilder was keeping Parker from. It barely grazed, but barely was just enough. The legs were gone, Wilder was hurt.
And I love the intent as well from Parker. He knew he hurt Wilder and he went hell for leather to get the finish.
That reminded me of when Sugar Ray Leonard was being outboxed by Thomas Hearns, and then that overhand right just grazed the head of Hearns, and then Leonard went nuts with the flurry. Boom!
Wow.
Darren, that's exactly what you said. Duck your head down to the right and bring that overhand right. Parker did it multiple times, and they all caused problems.
That's the shot. Take your head off the line, out of the danger zone, and throw the right hand. Fantastic stuff.
Deontay Wilder's dreams of recapturing heavyweight gold are in serious jeopardy here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
Deontay Wilder is still dangerous even when he's hurt. He knocked out Ortiz after being hurt in the first fight. He knocked down Tyson Fury after being hurt in their fights.
Wilder is a reactive fighter. He is a prideful fighter. He got rocked in that round. He's going to come back and want to get his respect.
Big 8th round for Joseph Parker, who so far has fought a brilliant game plan.
That overhand right's gonna land again, guys. It's gonna land again. I don't like the upper body. There's no upper body movement by Wilder. He's stationary. He's controlled.
His legs, his knees keep locking, Darren.
The legs don't look good at all of Wilder. So that right hand is finding a home every time Parker throws it, and he's doing the right things that we've been calling for, Sergio. Working the body first with the straight shots.
Anytime you're dealing with really tall fighters and they're hurt like that, they're visibly legs, they'll go out. That's the problem with big, tall, rangy punchers. Once they're hurt, they can't hide that they're hurt. Their legs betray them.
I mean, I'd love to pay a penny for the thoughts of Wilder. What is he thinking inside there? What is he waiting for? Visibly hurt, unsteady.
And I love the fact that Joseph Parker is staying disciplined. After that big round, after piling up rounds, he's still big left hand.
Yeah, caught him against the ropes. Wilder just leans back over that top rope, and he's so vulnerable.
If I was Parker, I'll just keep jabbing to the chest, jabbing to the belly, backing up Wilder. Let Wilder make the mistake. Let Wilder come with a right hand looking for something.
I understand that Deontay Wilder is lethal with that counter shot, but at this stage, you've got to be more offensive oriented. You've got to force something in there because you're down big. And there's only 2.5 rounds and 3.5 rounds.
Yeah, double feint, double jab. Let the right hand go. What on earth is he waiting for?
As Father Time caught up with Deontay Wilder at the age of 38 years.
And this goes back to the fragility of fighters once they get knocked out. You know, I don't care how much of a puncher they are, how devastating they are. Once they get stopped, once they get their chin cracked, they're never the same. And we're seeing examples of that with Deontay Wilder.
Just starting to bring his feet in slightly. Wilder is looking for the shot.
Yeah, now Wilder's coming forward for one of the very few times in this fight. He gets caught there, yeah.
And this is where Andy Lee said Parker's not going to hide from it. You can bet Parker's going to swing in between the shots. You can see him right there, cocking up that right hand.
Right now, I'm interested to see if Wilder will come out the next round and hold the center of the ring. He has to.
Shades of Wilder and Luis Ortiz again.
Look at me. Look at me. You just came past a milestone. I need you to look at me and tell me you still got that blessing. You feel what I'm saying? Look for the shots.
And right here, Joseph Parker just holding on, just barely missed with that big left hook, ricocheting off the chin of Deontay Wilder. Better keep that chin down. That punch almost landed, and that almost would have been good night. You can see it in the eyes of Joseph Parker. He ain't going nowhere.
Full of confidence. Remember, his trainer said, Andy Lee said, we're not just going for the knockout, we expect to get it.
And that is a boxer that has total faith in his trainer. Total faith in the strategy and executing that strategy, and he's doing that to perfection, Joseph Parker.
Almost very, very close to making it happen.
And it appears, sorry, Darren, it appears Joseph Parker has learned lessons from that crushing defeat to Joe Joyce 15 months ago.
Sharp jab right there from Parker. That backed Wilder up.
Round 10 of 12. Wilder has to dig deep, find something, somewhere, somehow.
Wilder's going to look for an uppercut now.
Yes, the uppercut.
He's going to look for an uppercut. Parker better be careful because he is dipping to that side.
Darren, this is the first adjustment I've seen Deontay Wilder make in that fight. Now on the front foot moving forward.
And he needs to build from it. It's okay holding the center ring, but he needs to let his hands go. He's playing catch up now.
Parker didn't like that hook. He felt the devastating power of Wilder, even though it was blocked. I mean, when you have that much power, you still feel the impact of that power.
You can see now Wilder is starting to let his hands go. He's trying to get into the fight. It's important now for Parker, I feel, to start feinting. Start making Wilder a little worried about letting his hands go.
Another bull rush there from Joseph Parker. It's been effective.
It's been effective, but if you're that much ahead in this fight, like we think he is and like they think they are, maybe it's time to start playing the matador and backing up. Let Wilder come to you.
And you wonder how much that trilogy with Tyson Fury has taken out of Deontay Wilder. He was dropped 3 times in the last fight.
You don't have to wonder. It did take a lot out of him.
And look at power punches through round 9. Joseph Parker, 44-17.
Again, waiting far too long, Wilder.
Sergio, is this more because of Deontay Wilder's strategy, his age?
No, strategy.
Or what Joseph Parker's doing?
Strategy's out the window. Don't blame age. This is all Joseph Parker. This is all Andy Lee's strategy, and they're executing to perfection.
I completely agree, Sergio. I do think that Deontay's strategy is a little bizarre. The amount of movement he's been doing in this fight, the lack of the jab, the lack of engaging, it's just been a problem.
It's almost like Wilder is treating Parker as the big hitter instead of vice versa.
Absolutely, the way he's moving, starting to breathe quite heavy now, Wilder as well. He's moved an awful lot in this contest. He's doing the right thing as well. He's tucking up, he's moving his head. Oh, the big overhand right.
And there was that uppercut that I said that he should go for, but look, credit to Parker. He knew that was coming, he came over the top.
2 rounds to go. Edgar Berlanga returns to action February 24th in Orlando, Florida, facing Predrag McCoy in a 12-round super middleweight main event. Berlanga 21-0 with 16 knockouts, started his career with 16 straight first-round stoppage wins, and looks to get back to his KO winning ways here on DAZN.
He's got to try and win the fight now. That's going to play into your hands, okay?
When you guys asked me how do I see this fight going, I said I like Parker and the over. You guys said, so do you expect Parker to win a decision? I said, well, it has to be. Right now we're seeing that unfold in front of our eyes.
So close. He is so close to getting that upset, ripping up the script. and making a real name once again for himself.
Hey, I know Joseph Parker, a former WBO champion, but would this, if he gets this victory, would this be a bigger moment than that?
Huge, huge moment. Becoming a world champion is the goal for every fighter, but to beat a marquee fighter, one of the biggest punchers this division's seen, would be huge for him, his confidence and his career to push on and win a world title once again.
But we expected this with Joseph Parker. He's accustomed to power. He's accustomed to fighting big, strong men. That wasn't going to intimidate him. It's speed, it's defense, it's backing up, fighting with the game plan, executing that game plan. Deontay Wilder hasn't done none of that in 10 rounds.
These are the championship rounds. Remember, of course, Wilder got that dramatic 12th round knockdown of Tyson Fury in their first fight. He's going to need some late drama here for sure, as he's down big on all the judges' scorecards, you would think.
You know, I like how Joseph Parker is reacting when he sees that right-hand gun. He's just dipping his head into the chest of Deontay Wilder to kind of blunt any sort of power.
And that's where Wilder throws the uppercut.
And he's throwing that overhand right when he's dipping his head in that chest. That's a game plan that Parker is doing. They told us, Andy Lee, Joseph Parker said, I'm not going to avoid a firefight. I'm going after Wilder. And you could see that anytime Wilder's looking for that big right hand, Parker's throwing his own.
Nice jab there, getting the legs look slightly unsteady at Wilder. And that was to the chest.
There it is again.
Parker's able to avoid that right hand because Deontay's sort of telegraphing it. He's stepping into it and giving Parker enough time to react.
Wilder has always telegraphed that right hand. This is more of that, an executed game plan and footwork by Joseph Parker.
Wilder's corner urging him to go after Parker to push the pace, put Parker on the back foot, but he's just either unwilling or unable to do it.
I must say,
Darren, that was Joseph Parker delaying right there, grabbing onto Deontay Wilder.
Yeah, that's very smart.
That's very smart. That's Hector Camacho-ish. You know, you kill time. 10 seconds is 10 seconds. You know, if you're ahead in the fight, buy some time.
Good left hand from Joe Parker there.
And look at Parker still intimidating Wilder with that right hand. Not throwing it, just letting him know it's right there, cocked and ready to go.
Yeah, it's there. He's letting him know this is good work. Smart, experienced work down the stretch from Parker.
Parker better start dipping to his left now. I don't like how close Wilder got almost landed that right hand, throwing it down to the right side of Parker. Parker needs to start dipping to his left, moving to his left, and maybe even start backing up now. Let Wilder come to you.
I'm so surprised we're not seeing Wilder throw the uppercut.
Another overhand right from Parker, who's just beaming with confidence. 1 round to go here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
It's time for Malik Scott to have his Angelo Dundee moment here. You're blowing it, son. You're blowing it.
That's all he wants.
Yeah, this has to be the
point
right
with your high hand would just be tough with it. You shut it down. It's time to go to him, bro.
Listen.
You got to go to him, bro.
Yes.
And punch through him.
Listen to me, D. Position yourself a little bit to your right. A little bit this way, okay? And go at it from that angle. That's where your right hand's going to be, and that's where his overhand right.
Far more urgency required in that corner from Malik Scott. For me, it's the last round. You've got the opportunity to face Anthony Joshua if he comes through walling in one of the biggest fights in history, and it's far too calm. I need more. We need more from this man.
You know, I thought it was notable in that corner, the loudest voice was Jay Deese. He was now the co-trainer of Deontay Wilder. He's the man that taught Deontay boxing. It was his final instructions as we go into the 12th.
3 minutes away from Joseph Parker sending shockwaves through the heavyweight division. Here's Chris Mannix's scorecard.
I've got a complete shutout. 11 rounds to none in favor of Joseph Parker.
Is this smart by Parker, who's going for a knockout here in the last round?
Well, we see it with Dubois, didn't we, against Miller, but this is a different kettle of fish, and like you said, Chris, doing the right thing with his head position, Parker, when he's letting the shots go, or when Wilder throws his shots, just dips down. We see it again there, right above us here in the commentary position, just rolling under the right hand.
And now the Bronze Bomber is bombing away, but is it too little, too late in the last round?
Why leave it so late?
respect. And that right hand right there, that's exactly why I leave it so late, why he left it so late.
You boxing historians may remember when Billy Conn was beating Joe Louis, but he went for the knockout, and he lost. Will Parker make that same mistake here with under 2 minutes to go in the 12th?
I'm telling you right now, Wilder, if he keeps throwing wild shots like that, he's going to get knocked out in this last round because Parker's not going anywhere. His feet are planted, and Parker's still looking for that overhand right.
It's now or never for Deontay Wilder.
And the reason I say Parker will get the better of it is because he has better technique. Wilder's a lot sloppier when he throws that right hand.
Doing the right thing there, Parker covering up well, grabbing hold of Wilder, nullifying the threat of that right hand again.
I agree, Darren. I would love to see Parker walk him back now. Just walk him back and kill the time. You got a minute left and you shock the world.
Part of Deontay Wilder's legacy is on the line here. He's been criticized for his opponents. Of course, he defended his WBC title 10 times. But the big, true champion he fought was Tyson Fury. Other than that, just Luis Ortiz until tonight. Joseph Parker has seemingly won almost every round.
There we go. Parker doing the right thing now, holding on as much as possible. This is time in his side now.
If I'm Joe Parker, I'm taking a knee.
Big right hand right there.
I might take 3 knees.
30 seconds to go.
Of course you'll take a knee, Maddox.
Parker thinking about the exclamation point. Caught Wilder with a left hook.
Right here, now it's time for Parker to back up. Hands in the air, soak it up, move around the ring. This is your Sugar Ray Leonard moment because you shocked the world.
And Joseph Parker, the New Zealand man, has just seemingly beaten the Bronze Bomber and did it in dominating fashion.
I'm not too sure why Wilder is raising his right hand. That's incredible. That was a very smart performance from Parker. I don't think we can call it anything other than that. It was spot on, it was precise, it was accurate. It's exactly what he needed to do to get the victory against Wilder this evening.
I'll give you some more adjectives. Smart, responsible, disciplined, perfection. That's beautiful boxing right there. We've seen another shutout by Joseph Parker.
And you're right, Wilder's pumping his fist, playing to the crowd a little bit like he thinks he won.
He's got to be playing mind games there. That's ridiculous. There is no way in a million years Wilder has won that contest. And he'll kick himself if he ever does watch this fight back. What was he so hesitant? Why was he not letting the shots go? I know he had respect for the right hand of Parker, but still, you need to detonate that bit. He spoke all week about him being Dr. Sleep, carrying such dramatic, showcasing right hands, but he didn't throw any.
Hey, let's pause for a minute. This is boxing. Sometimes we kind of get caught up in a narrative. Is there any way, Sergio?
No.
Is there any way that Wilder's right and we're wrong?
Absolutely not. This was the Joseph Parker show. This was the Andy Lee show. We saw a perfect game plan executed once again. That man deserves all the credit in the world. The crowd knows it. Everyone here saw it. Congratulations, Joseph Parker. What a victory.
I mean, it was more of the same. He tried to close the gap, Wilder. He tried to land some right hands inside, but every time he did so, Parker was firing back with his own shots. And it was the head positioning of Parker that was so impressive, just kept him out of harm's way every time Wilder threw the right hand. Nice left hook, and there's the position of the head, working the body, a couple a little low, but just showing total disregard for the power.
And we gotta go back to what we believe in boxing. Activity is key, especially the older you are. This is what happens when you only fought one round in over 2 years. And when Parker, who fought this was his 4th fight in 2023. Activity is what makes fighters dangerous.
So Deontay Wilder, for only the 3rd time in his career, goes the full 12 rounds. He beat Stavern by decision and lost or had a draw with Tyson Fury in the other one. How surprised are you, Darren, by the way this fight unfolded?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I'm impressed with what Parker done, but I feel very let down by Wilder. I wanted to see more from this man here. I'm surprised at the body language, but this is true elation. You can see that team, they know they've won this fight. They've set out, like you said, Sergio, a perfect game plan to beat this man.
Let's send it into the ring now, and Mr. Michael Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, we go to the Riyadh season scorecards. Michael Alexander scores it 118 to 111. John Latham has it 118 to 110. And Steve Gray scores it 120 to 108. All three scores go to the winner by unanimous decision from New Zealand. He is Big Joseph Parker.
Joseph Parker.
First, fighting out of the blue corner, the challenger, wearing red, white, and gold. Official weight, 247.6 pounds. His professional record, an excellent one. 37 fights, 34 victories, including 23 big wins by knockout with 3 defeats. From South Auckland, New Zealand, the WBO, former WBO Heavyweight Champion of the World, Lupe Soliai Moliatoa, a.k.a. Big Joseph Parker. And across the ring, fighting out of the red corner, wearing gold and black and officially weighing in at 291.6 pounds. This Olympic silver medalist, now as a professional, has 28 fights with 26 victories, including 21 wins by knockout, only 1 defeat with 1 draw. From Choco, China, and New Jersey in the United States, the reigning and defending WBO interim heavyweight champion of the world, Big Bang Zhang
Right, lads, you both know the rules, so let's just have a good, clean fight, okay? Most of all, remember to defend yourselves at all times, all right? Just close. Keep it.
So much on the line, and with these two fighters, it could be over in an instant. Zhang Zhang, who just fought Joe Joyce, who had the indestructible chin, or so we thought, had it decimated by the big man from China, and Joseph Parker, so crafty in there. Dominated Deontay Wilder and hopes to do the same here tonight. Round 1, scheduled for 12 here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, he looks huge, Zhang. He really does. On the front foot. He's very crafty with that lead hand as well. He'll fence with it. He'll poke its head and body. Once he gets a sniff and he finds his range, he's so dangerous with that left hand of his.
Well, he puts that right hand out there and he just turns the knuckle, lifts the elbow up. He doesn't really overextend it too much when he throws that long right hook. He just pauses it, just turns it over every time.
And as nice as it would be for Zhang Zhang to be named Zhang, it's spelled Zhang and rhymes with Big Bang. It is pronounced Zhang, but I guess they couldn't call him the Big Bong. So they went with Big Bang, and when he connects, Darren, it is lights out.
Yeah, and it's that left hand. I mean, look, we see it in the second fight with Joyce. It was that the right hand, but it is the rear hand that I've been so impressed with because there's so much variation with the shot.
quite connect with that shot there, Zhang. He's just trying to force Parker to throw, isn't he?
Just pawing away, buying his time. You know, with Deontay Wilder, we said it only takes one. Same could be said for Zhang. But Parker was able to avoid that one against the Alabama native and lands a right hand there. Left to the body.
Yeah, that was a good right hand from Parker. Just needs to bring that left foot across. He could double that shot up because you can see Zhang does lean back. So either the double jab, I think the double jab may be a little difficult. Zhang being a southpaw, so you can double that right hand. It's so important that he brings that left foot across.
This is the first southpaw that Parker's faced in 10 years in his professional career, actually. But remember, he is trained by one in Andy Lee, and that relationship is growing and gelling fight by fight.
Nice little jab there from Zhang.
Zhang didn't turn professional until 31. 9 years of pro. Not a lot of miles on the odometer.
That's the shot for Parker as well, the jab to the body.
Zhang drinks 2 gallons of water a day. He was severely dehydrated against Forrest, nearly lost that fight, but held on. And since then, he's been a water-drinking fool. That's what he described himself as.
And he's been more active in, I don't know how his stamina is still, but I mean, in the rounds, he's busier in the rounds. Certainly was in the 2 Joyce fights.
Nothing. 很好，呼吸，你好吗？对 ，Now 全身很好，加速很好 ，right？ 全身速度，插位，插 here， 插后摆 ，right？ 插 changer， 插后摆 ，you need you now 的，很好 ，OK？ Great. How do you go? Corners, 10 seconds. Corners. 20 photo. Change your you now. Seconds out. Round 2.
Shaylee Zhang, his second appearance in Saudi Arabia. Fought Filip Hrgovic in Jeddah in 2022. A very controversial decision loss there. There's the left, didn't quite score.
Just took a little step back there, didn't he, Parker? Just took the sting out of it, but couldn't avoid it. I don't think he really connected with that right hand there, Parker. I think that's the shot for him, though, isn't it?
Yeah. Zhang was being warned about that in his corner.
Okay, I think he could target the body with the straight shots first, Parker, and that right hand. Does have very good balance. Zhang, he really does. The way he just sort of glides onto the front foot, the back foot, generates a lot of power with that rear hand because it's well balanced. Brilliant foundations.
Big overhand right to the chest. Zhang has yet to test the chin of Parker.
He just hasn't really stepped into an attack yet, has he, Zhang? He's picking his shots when he can.
You know, Parker somehow made Deontay Wilder gun shy. Is he doing the same here, Darren?
Quite at the moment, I think tempo needs to be raised, but can't take any silly mistakes. But that's a good attack, yeah.
At first, I thought Parker just kind of tripped over his own feet, but maybe not.
Zhang definitely noticed something there in Parker.
again, it's a short right hook that he throws. He just pushes a little bit with it.
Boy, I just feel like all of us are just kind of holding our breath, waiting for Zhang to throw that left hand. Like, if he lands that thing, he's just so big in there. His fists look like toasters.
And that's why Parker's just trying to wait for that perfect moment, dog. It's shot there from Parker.
Yeah.
And a good jab as well.
He's got him in the corner, but again, Zhang, there's a left.
You're speaking to Andy Lee in the build-up to this, and he was saying, I asked him about the front foot position when you're fighting a southpaw, him obviously being a southpaw, and he didn't really make much of it, really. But looking at this, I kind of like Parker just to get on the outside on this occasion, just so he can find that right hand to the body a little easier.
Yeah, it's not essential to have that left foot on the outside, but it helps, doesn't it?
Good. How you feeling? Yeah. Just keep going to the side. Don't go back straight, yeah? Be composed when you're back to the ropes. If you get to the ropes, be composed. Don't have to panic. All he's going to do is jab, jab, right hand, left hook. So you can just count. Come back, counter. Keep your jabs going and your feints going. Feints are stalling them all the time. Okay. Pick your shots like you just tried there. It's going to get better and better for you when you break on them with the legs. Nice boxing. Probably one round each. It's all right. We're going for the. We're going to get him. He's going to slow and slow and slow.
Corners, 10 seconds. Corners.
Keep your feints going. Keep your feints. Don't give him anything. Don't even have to.
Seconds out, round 3.
Round 3. The manager of Zhang Zhang, Terry Lane, the son of the late great Mills Lane, the referee, told me that right after this fight, Zhang headed back to China, his town of Xinchao, and he says if he wins this fight, they will be throwing a parade, most likely, to welcome him back. But still plenty of work to do. Zhang still a little reluctant to let his hands go.
Yeah, both, to be fair, it's a chess match right now. Both trying to set up an attack to find their rear hand.
Shot by Parker. Yeah. Well, Parker knows if he makes a mistake,
right on the belt line, Parker,
he's going to be in trouble, isn't he? Good work, though. He's been busy in this round here, Parker. I think he needs that.
Good right.
Shot go back from
just those little 3-inch punches from Zhang make such a big impact.
He turns his hand over, Todd. That's why he gets those front two knuckles connect every time.
And you can see the hip as well. He really pushes into the shot.
Zhang, a silver medalist at the 2008 Beijing Games. His only pro loss was that decision against Filip Hrgović in 2022. Did have a 10-round draw against Jerry Forrest, as I mentioned. A fight where he just completely gassed out. Was treated for severe dehydration after the bout. We thought he might have to retire. He looked so bad.
See a nice jab to the body there from Parker. I'd like to see a bit more of that. That step on the outside again.
If he,
a bit busier.
If he steps on the outside, there's an exit route, isn't it? You can throw that shot, and then he can just skirt off to the left then.
Oh, and just like that, big bang!
4, 5, 6, 7,
Parker doesn't know what hit
8.
him.
What a shot. Just put it out there. I mean, it was straight on the chin of Parker. Huge shot.
The punch is so heavy, he doesn't even have to throw it hard. It's like he's got metal in his gloves. And now he's got Parker in the corner, and that is not where Parker wants to be.
Just the timing of that shot's fantastic, isn't it? Just turns from the hip, doesn't he, when he throws it? Just nothing on it, short.
Speed and accuracy.
Zhang says, come on, try and win. Oh, and he caught him with another left. Parker covering up. Can Zhang get him out of here before the bell rings? No, he can't.
Knee arm up. Okay. Stay. Gillette, focus. Stay behind your jab. Okay? You gotta stay free that match with your feints.
We're back in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. An innocent-looking punch, wasn't it, Darren?
It was as smooth as you could imagine. Textbook. Didn't load up, just rotates through the shot. The accuracy, the speed.
Was there speed? It didn't even look that fast.
But look how he, this is the follow-up assault. This is hitting the target there, Parker had to hold on then just to make sure he was steady legs.
Corners, 10 seconds.
Again, look at the focus he had there. You see Parker just drop that right hand and he just goes, boom, little turn from the hip and the shoulder. And it goes, what? It goes 12, 15 inches.
And now Zhang skipping around. He put his hands in the air, headed back to the corner as if to say, I've already won this. Parker's got blood coming out of the top of his nose, a cut there. And what do you do now if you're Parker?
What you have to do to win is the risk of getting knocked out again. But he's got to try and throw in punches in bunches and exit out every time he throws the shots and keep turning Zhang so he can set himself for the shot.
Oh, there it is again.
Beautiful shot. He's a bit more aggressive on the front foot now.
People have talked about the punching power that AJ and Ngannou possess, but don't forget about the Big Bang.
He's a real problem.
Yeah, he is a real problem. Because he's technically good. You see the technique of the shot. In there, see that there? But I will say something. You won't find a tougher man than Joseph Parker. He will keep getting up until he has no breath left.
Yeah, I think it was the lead right hook you were talking about there. He just finished the combination on the shot.
So methodical is Zhang. He's just going forward, no urgency. He just knows now all I've got to do is touch him, and he goes down. Like a domino.
Yeah, I think he needs to move, feinting a lot more, Parker.
Help there that Parker went low there, didn't it? Because Zhang just went to throw a right hook, just went over his head.
Oh, that's better work.
Zhang says, okay, please exchange with me. Parker having trouble breathing. Keeps trying to blow the blood out of his nose.
That's the problem for Parker. He's got to be busy, he's got to be throwing more shots, but there's a risk in attack. Oh, good shot. It's just a risk attack every time he lets his hands go.
Parker being warned about the low blow.
Waits too long though, doesn't he, Zhang, sorry. He's technically very good and patient, but I mean sometimes just wish he'd just be a little bit assertive.
Oh, right hand, and that knocked him off balance. And now Parker may see something.
Yeah, he was a little loose with that left hand position, Zhang.
Lovely little flurry there from Parker as well.
Yeah, it was a good right hand. It really was. Looking for it again. That was a good shot.
Now we're seeing that warrior spirit.
Zhang just landed a lovely right hook there, and there's that left hand. Brilliant stuff from Parker here.
He knew straight away there, Parker. It was like, yeah, he apologised instantly.
A stern warning from our referee here for Parker, who's had a great bounce back round after being dropped.
Don't load up with everything. He's breaking down already slowly, yeah? Yeah. We're going to go for the second half of this fight.
Yeah, I think there's the tactics that are required, I think, for Parker to win. There's another lovely left hand, similar to the one that put Parker down, but we did see signs there. He was picking his shots better, Parker. He wasn't greedy. That's the right hook you were talking about, Barry. Beautiful shot. He took that well, Parker. but there were signs there. He was just picking the shots better. He was using his hand speed, Parker, working the body well. That was a nice short right hand followed by the left hook.
I think he nicked the round there in the last half of the round for me. I thought Zhang had a really good start of the round, picking the shots well, but just he needed to up the gears a little bit. And quite often we say that about Zhang, and I just think for Parker there, he just got a little bit of momentum and went for it.
Round 5. Round 5, scheduled for 12, and for what it's worth, Zhang Zhang in the late rounds against Hrgovic lost most of them, and was in big trouble against Jerry Forrest late. So the longer Parker can hang around, the better. This is your scorecard, Barry.
Yeah, we're going to 39-36 to Zhang. Two good rounds. 10 obviously in the third, and I thought Parker came back in the fourth there.
And Adeleye was just talking in the corner to Parker about getting into the second half of the fight.
Yeah, they know he does tire down the stretch. But like I say, he doesn't need to be greedy with the work, Parker, but he does need to work. He does need to try and put that dent in Zhang. Even if you're not throwing shots, feinting. Try to get Zhang to react to the feints.
You just got to try and keep turning Zhang all the time. I think that's the idea.
He's waiting a bit too much here.
Well, I was thinking that. He was so excited after that knockdown and was, like I said, celebrating like the fight was over, and he hasn't done a lot since.
Can't just expect to land that one shot. Right, rounds do tick by. It's important that you bag the rounds.
Boy, Parker going right to the fire, but like you said, Barry, he has no other choice.
He has to, doesn't he? I don't think he quite connected with that right hand, but the commitment for Parker, you know you're going to get that every time.
And he set that up well. I can see what he's doing. He was tapping to the body. He gave the eyes to the body. There was a good stern look to the body. Then he threw the right hand upstairs. Smart, intelligent boxing. Again, look, he's not being greedy, but these are better signs from Parker.
Good right hook there, though, from Zhang.
Parker trying to get in and get out.
Again, you're right, it is getting a smash and grab in a minute for Parker, isn't it?
Did this against Wilder.
Couple of foot feints there, just pushing Zhang back.
Throwing any punches.
Yeah, Zhang's just plodding around there. He's counting on the knockout, it seems like. He's not really trying to win the round.
Well, he has that power, we know that, but you've got to learn off that mistake from Hrgovic, of course, haven't you? You know, where you were doing good work for 30 seconds or 20 seconds of a round and then taking the rest off.
It's not even like he's trying to set anything up either. I'd understand it if there was some sort of method in what he was doing, but he's just not busy enough, not throwing anything.
Several celebrities here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, as there always seems to be for these big fight cards in Riyadh. How about Ronaldo, the OG Ronaldo? Brazilian hero, Manny Pacquiao, one of the best to ever lace him up, Hall of Famer. Saw him earlier in the corner of Ray Vargas, Jose Mourinho, one of the best managers in football history. And Kell Brook is here. Sheffield, the Steel City. Kell Brook. I think Kell Brook would be happy to be associated with those other three, won't he?
Wouldn't we all?
Just sat next to me.
Corners, 10 seconds.
I was thinking more Todd, to be fair, or Mike.
Well, Parker's starting to get some confidence here, where Zhang just doesn't seem to be too bothered. It was almost like that first knockdown came too easy for him.
Yeah, and he thought Parker maybe might unravel, but he certainly never. And also, Zhang's well aware, being 20 stone plus, that he has to keep bits in reserve. He can't empty even close to emptying the tank because he won't be able to recover.
Mike, how do you see this fight starting to go?
It's interesting. This could, I think, still swing for either of these men. But at this stage, it's Joseph Parker who I think is edging towards leading this.
Yeah, look, Zhang has only landed basically 3 power punches around. But as we know, it only takes 1. Yeah.
What is he waiting for? You know, that left hand. We've seen it.
He's waiting to get in the position when Parker throws, he can throw with him, because he thinks he'll get there first. So he's waiting for that gap, I think, to appear.
It's just the tap in. You feel he's going to throw it at any moment. He's in range. That's what that lead hand is doing, but for some reason he's not pulling the trigger.
Did there. Nice defense from Parker.
Yeah, it's clever, that one. The glove on the back of the head and pull him down. Shot there from Joseph Parker.
At this rate, Parker can land 4 or 5 punches around and steal the round. Like right there, Parker seemed to be vulnerable, and Zhang just let him back out.
It's a nice feint from Parker as well. There was a reaction from Zhang.
Zhang's not only allowed Parker to recover, he's allowed him to get confidence.
Yeah, and win rounds ultimately.
No urgency in the corner either. I'm watching Zhang Zhang's corner. They're just sitting and watching like it's a movie.
Good shot there from Zhang.
See Tyson Fury taking a good look ringside. He's very good friends and sparring partners with Joseph Parker.
That's good work there from Parker again. Just threw the right hand and just turned his body around to the other side.
Joseph Parker has gone the distance of 12 rounds 10 times. Zhang has only gone 12 rounds once. Outside of that left hand that put Parker down, this has not been the most exciting affair. We expected more.
No one's willing to take the risk, are they? Because of what happens if you make a mistake.
I got it. Delay. This is what I need you to start doing, all right? Take your time, put your hands up, and you tuck it from your way in.
Smith versus Zepeda in Sheffield. I mentioned the Steel City, Kell Brooks from there. This fight will happen. The unbeaten home city hero, Dalton Smith, taking on the United States 3-time world title challenger, Jose Zepeda. Sandy Ryan defending her title against Terry Harper as well. Then it's the 2024 regular season beginning in San Antonio, Texas on Thursday, April the 4th, with heavyweights in the newly minted women's flyweight division.
10 seconds, corners. Seconds out, round 7.
Again, in Zhang's corner, sort of a laissez-faire attitude.
Yeah, definitely some urgency required from Zhang. Lots of fencing, lots of tapping with that lead hand, but nothing following it.
He hasn't exactly got to go through the gears, just got one more gear.
Yeah.
That's all, just one more. But I do think, though, that the constant little movements of the shoulders from Parker and just changing the height, just really unsettling Zhang a little bit.
And he varies the movement as well, left and right, and he's made it difficult for Zhang to read that movement. That was a nice short left uppercut.
And now he's throwing a few more punches. A look up from Zhang and a deep breath. See how Barry's scorecard looks after 6 full rounds.
Yeah, 2 tentative rounds there. I got a 57-56 to Zhang, and only the knockdown really separated these guys.
Yeah, and Mike, in some way, maybe that knockdown by Zhang was the worst thing that could happen to him. Am I crazy?
In two ways, because I think it led to maybe too much confidence on his part, but also as far as Parker was concerned, it seemed to really rejuvenate him. It seemed to galvanise him into getting some work done in the belief that he had to claw back that points deficit in that early stage of the fight.
That affected Parker.
There's been a couple of those left hands that Parker have taken in this round.
Yeah, he does seem very, very heavy-handed. Those little shots definitely have an effect.
It's almost like a soccer team, football team that scores an early goal.
Yeah.
It says, oh, we're going to crush this team. Next thing you know, they've given up an 89th minute winner.
He's tried to be a little bit busy in this round, though, Zhang, to be fair.
He just touched him, and you saw Parker almost jump into clinch.
That was a nice 1-2 combination from Parker. It was a jab to the body, and again, the jab to the chest. Then he throws the right hand upstairs. Changing the levels nicely. This last 30 seconds or so has been quite comfortable for Parker. He's been able to move, pick the shots, keeping it simple, not getting greedy, just picking the jab and the 1-2 very, very well.
I was just thinking, even though I think he's outworking Zhang, but I was just thinking every time he gets caught, there's a visible effect.
A live shot into the locker room of Francis Ngannou getting set for just his second professional boxing match. But imagine the 1-2. You get Tyson Fury and AJ.
It's just absolutely crazy. You can't get your brain around it, because the closer the fight gets, the more chance you give him, and that's just the truth of it. Like, we're all a little bit nervous here. Like, it doesn't matter who wins. We're not in any camp. But I mean, you're thinking, no, this guy here can just jump into a sport and beat someone who's been a two-time world champion and who's not beyond his peak. Madness.
Corners, 10 seconds.
And he's been so relaxed this week. Most people who are about to face Anthony Joshua are slightly terrified, Darren, but not this guy.
Not at all. Warrior mindset, unrivaled. It really is. He was comfortable in that dressing room, but back to this one. Need to see something from Zhang. Nice movement, but to see more with that left hand.
Oh, right shot from Parker, and that woke Zhang up. And boy, does he need to wake up.
That was a lovely shot, Barry.
Great shot. He felt that, didn't he? I tell you what, though, he absorbed it well, mind.
It looked like he put everything he had into that.
See, you let him off the hook, and he's built all that confidence. And look at this now. I did think Zhang, though, tried to be a little bit busy in that last round.
Deep breath from Zhang already in this round.
Again, Zhang posturing.
Good from Parker there. Just as he dipped to the one side, he threw that hook over the top and just stopped that movement.
Yeah, he's got over the top of that jab, or the pouring jab of Zhang with that left hook.
Do you know, it's been another really good, clever display. I mean, a good shot there from Zhang. I think it's been a clever display so far from Parker. There's always a risk he's going to get caught and put down again. But while he's not, he's boxing well. And he's
and that puts Parker down again. An innocent-looking punch from the Big Bang sends Parker down.
It was just a chopping lead right hook.
This man has got unnatural power, even in the heavyweight division.
It's like a touch of sleep. Let's see if he goes for gusto now. In the third round, when he knocked Parker down, he didn't really try and do much afterwards. He's got a minute to work here in the 8th.
He felt that right hook as well there, Parker. It doesn't look like much when Zhang throws it, but you know he felt it because he turned around a little bit and had to hold on.
Like, why isn't Zhang right now just going right after him?
I mean, he must be feeling the pace. I know he's a very intelligent, very good ring IQ, but and that would mean that you don't want to make a mistake, but still, when you've got your 100%, it's definitely the engine.
He doesn't want to gas out.
But he can turn the engine off if he puts him out here in the 8th.
No, but I think he's worried that if he gets tired, he becomes vulnerable himself. Or it's just the arrogance of a puncher. I'm going to catch you anyway.
Yeah, that's when Parker kind of gets in trouble. You heard it. Oh, there's a right hand from Parker.
I think he just took I think the gloves just took the sting out of that shot there for Parker. It did land, but I think the gloves took the sting before it landed.
I must say, he's taken the shots well, Zhang, of Parker. That was a lovely right hand again.
He does not like pressure. Right? He doesn't like pressure at all. Right? Stay behind. Stop looking for the power. Right? Let go of your hand. Pop, pop, pop. Right? The power's going to beat if you just start throwing the jab.
Just heard in the Zhang corner saying he doesn't like pressure at all. Well, I feel he's doing all right, the back foot Parker, but this right hook, look, let's see the way he delivers it. Look, it's on the top / side back of the head, but
shades of the Ngannou shot that put Fury down.
Yeah. They do scramble your senses, but look, he's just put the shot there. He does slightly turn the hip into the shot, but he's literally just placed that on the head of Parker, and down he goes.
Mike, does that power remind you of any of the great heavyweights that just, if I can touch you, you go down?
Well, I think we've seen some big punches down the years, but I think it's the effortless nature of what Zhang does that is so destructive and so impressive.
The first knockdown reminded me of the shot that Foreman caught Michael Mora with. Just effortless.
Yeah, just almost like just swinging across his body, isn't he?
Yeah.
So 4 rounds to go. 2 knockdowns for Zhang, 1 in the 3rd, 1 in the 8th. But never really followed up with anything.
No.
And like right now, there's the first punch I think he's thrown in the 9th. Took 40 seconds.
Here, no, you just think he would just, just carry on from that good work, wouldn't you? Just put more pressure on Parker, knowing he might still be vulnerable.
If Zhang was a video game character, his power would be 10, his stamina would be 0.
As his work rate would. Just not enough.
That little feint there just stopped Zhang from doing anything.
There it is again, a little peppering left hand. Snaps Parker's head back.
He can have the ability to make you look very silly, Zhang, doesn't he? Because we can say he's not doing enough, he's not doing this, and all of a sudden he could knock Parker out with one of those shots. And it could be that they come back and say it's all in the plan, it was all, we knew he was going to land the shot. But on the flip side, I'm guilty of getting outworked.
I'm telling you right now, I called that fight against Jerry Force. If this goes to the championship rounds 11 and 12, Zhang could be in big trouble.
No, I'm with you there for sure.
Good body shot. Haven't seen a lot of those from Zhang.
He's landed a few good left hands in this round, Zhang.
Back on Parker, that was a nice right hand to the body, then follows it back upstairs with a right. Good work.
Every time Parker lands a good punch, Zhang does the, hey, what's going on, shrug.
Actually threw the left hook from inside the stance of the southpaw there, and just landed on the top of the head of Zhang.
Just like to see Parker come out with that left hook. When he throws the right hand, just come out with that left hook over the top.
We showed you Ngannou between the last rounds. Here is Anthony Joshua getting his sweat on. What did you make of his demeanor this week, Barry?
Yeah, I think he's been quite relaxed. I think he was a little bit more focused and maybe a little bit more irritable at the press conference, I think. But that's because they went on for like an hour. But I think before that, he's been quite philosophical about stuff, which he normally is. But I quite liked that interview with his approach.
Yeah, I have, yeah.
Looked like he's about to rip Ben Davidson's shoulder off there with that right hand, Mike.
Yeah, that could be, I think, really important against Ngannou as well, that shot. It's a shot he throws so well, has thrown throughout his professional career. And I think he's fully aware of what this means here tonight.
And Tyson Fury couldn't miss with that shot. He couldn't miss with the right hand. He just leapt back Ngannou and he took the sting out of the shot.
Round 10.
3 rounds to go here from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Well, Barry, you've been scoring this fight. Does Parker need to win these final 3 rounds?
Yeah, I thought he won the last round. I think it was really close. Zhang had a really good start, but again, he just stopped working. And then Parker just, for me, I think he just nicked the round. So, he's only going to be a point or 2 behind here, Joseph Parker. So, it's not panic stations, but he just can't get caught clean.
It's
as simple as that, really.
Huh. They say you get old man power. I don't think any old men have the power that Zhang has.
I'm retired at 25.
I'm waiting to develop that as well.
Are you?
Yeah, I do feel he needs to target the body more, Parker. That target's there all day for Parker with the straight shots. Now he can work the body when he's in close. Doesn't want to be reaching for the head, I don't feel, of Zhang. Parker.
Zhang seems to just be waiting for his power meter to load up again, and then he throws it, and it goes back to 0.
I think he wants to wait for you to make a mistake. He wants you to step into the attack, but closer than that, so he can throw that left hand. That was the opportunity there, but Parker was the one who landed with the shots with the faster hands. And again, just massively busier. And again, you might have had the 2 biggest moments in the fight, but if you don't do any work, you're not going to win the rounds.
I'm just watching the front feet again. Zhang just stepping either side, trying to pin Parker where he wants him. He does that, but he doesn't follow up with any shots whatsoever.
But again, though, just the little turn of the shoulders on Parker, just bending those knees now and again, just a little bit shot.
Very close to really landing that right hook.
1-2 from Parker.
It's been a good round for him, hasn't it, so far?
But he has got fast hands, Parker, when he commits to the shot.
Boxing really well.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, really well.
And now Zhang going backwards. Haven't seen that a lot. Is he wilting?
You've got to be careful with that, though. He'll draw you on, and then throw that left hand right on the pipe.
Good feint there by Parker.
Good round for Parker.
You won in the fight, yeah? How you feeling? Good. You look great out there. You're boxing a very smart fight now. Keep working hard when you're backing up the feints. He's fighting in every feint. He's dangerous for the first 30 seconds of the round. The first 30 seconds, he's very, very dangerous. So you got to be careful. After that, he's tired. Okay? But we're going to come on strong later on.
Yeah, Andy Lee saying you're fighting a smart fight. That's the shot. He's just inches away from doing damage again there, Zhang.
But the thing is, he landed that fantastic. It's the shot. It's the shot of the round. Look, he didn't land fully connect.
Yeah.
Great job by our DAZN camera crew.
But then he didn't do anything else, and he allowed Parker then to steal the round. Well, not steal the round, to win the round quite convincingly in the end.
Seconds out, round 11.
Let's look at Barry's scorecard through 10 full rounds as we enter the championship rounds.
Bit of a shy scorecard. There you go. There we are.
Dead even.
Dead even. I just think, and I think you've got to win the rounds. You might have the biggest moments in the fights or in those rounds, but if you don't do enough work, whoever throws the most punches usually wins that round. And for me, I think Parker's been the busiest, so it's all to play for here.
2 massive rounds in the career of each of these men.
Zhang trying to pump himself up, it looks like. In our last fight, Nick Ball scored 2 knockdowns and didn't win. Is the same thing going to happen here for Zhang?
But all it takes is one turn of the shoulder from Zhang and it becomes 3 knockdowns. Parker's boxing better now than he was in the early round.
Very smart boxing. He's not getting greedy, sharp hands. Throwing the 1-2, he's moving his feet side to side.
That little dip he did there just puts Zhang totally off his rhythm.
Yeah, it stops him working.
Yeah.
It really, really does.
Good gulp of breath there from Zhang. Really good stuff.
Yeah.
Clean, basic work here from Parker. Not trying to be too elaborate with anything.
You heard Andy Lee say, look, just avoid him early in the round and come on strong late. He gets too tired.
Again, it feels as if the hand speed of Parker's really sharpened up as the fight's gone along. The complete opposite for Zhang in the other corner. They slowed down.
But he's allowing Zhang to set himself, isn't he? He's allowing Parker to set himself.
And at the age of 40, and the fact that he just doesn't throw a lot of punches, you wonder if Zhang doesn't get the win here tonight, will we ever see him again on a stage like this?
There was a short right hook inside there from Zhang. See the legs of Parker seem to go.
I think every time he hits Parker, there's an effect. Every time. And that just shows the toughness of Joseph Parker right there.
Good shot.
He takes a good shot as well, doesn't he, John?
He does. He does. He's setting some big right hands.
Well, look at the size of his head. Left for Parker.
Oh, there's an asterisk attached to this, but he's walking this round at the minute.
Well, having been dropped twice, Parker can't feel too confident that he's leading here.
Yeah, breathing really heavy, Zhang.
And even this late on, Parker's feints are really working for him because they're really getting Zhang thinking.
Yeah, did you see that reaction? He really, really flinched.
That's not coming up, all right? You need a knock. I want you for that knockout. You need a knockout, all right? I don't trust these judges. You need a knockout. Okay? Wanqian Munda, Shangxiao, Yunauda, Wanqian. All right? Listen to me. Yeah. He got to go. He got to go. This is what champions do right now. What's about to happen right now. All right? Get him the fuck out of here. All right?
That's the first sense of urgency I've heard from the corner, and it took 11 rounds to say it.
Yeah, he's extremely frustrated. The coach in the corner
said, I don't trust the judges. You need a knockdown.
He gotta go, he said. He gotta go.
Gotta go.
Seconds out, 12th and final round.
3 minutes left. Zhang, Joseph Parker. Can Parker, who's been dropped twice, come back to win this bout? You talked about the heart that he shows, Mike, and he has proven it again tonight.
And we didn't need any emphasis of that, but he has shown it, as you say, again here tonight. And if he's sensible over the course of these final 3 minutes now, for me, he's on his way to winning this.
Agreed.
CompuBox statistics. Power punches through 11. Parker's almost doubled the output. But to be fair, Zhang's punches are about twice as heavy.
Yeah, his power punches have had all the effect. But he's been outworked, outthought, and outfought for most of the fight.
Corner telling Zhang, we need a knockout. That's what he's known for. 21 KOs in his 26 wins. This would be the biggest of his life.
Look, we know he's not a combination puncher, Zhang, but you can still let those hands go in ones and twos and go again. It's the last round.
But throwing a punch, you can throw a punch every 3 seconds.
Yeah, exactly.
Right hand from Parker. His corner also saying, let your hands go. He can't rest on his laurels either.
No, he still looks sharp, though, doesn't he, Parker? Really relaxed, he still looks really fit.
Same tactics as the last 2-3 rounds from Parker. That's all that's required.
This is Parker. You can't believe his luck.
Is Zhang letting Parker off the hook?
It's been really good tactics from Parker. Again, just changing the height all the time, feinting, a lot of movement to the shoulders. I just think that's unsettled Zhang.
And the last few rounds, the natural counter puncher out of the two is Zhang, but where that hand speed has really dipped and Parker's has increased, he's now become the counter puncher. He's the one looking to reply. In fact, he's actually leading and he's countering. He's dictating in every department.
Parker is winning this round and probably winning this fight. Can you believe Zhang's dropped him twice, but outside of those 2 punches, guys, he hasn't done anything else.
And full credit to Joseph Parker for reviving his career after that defeat against Joe Joyce.
You know, with the fitness, the bravery, and the tactical awareness for Parker for this fight has been fantastic as well.
Zhang was jumping up and down, hands in the air after the third, thinking he'd won the fight. He started the parade, but Joseph Parker canceled it and may have just beaten the Big Bang here tonight.
Yeah, I think so, Todd. Just not enough. And, do you know what, Barry? I think what you said, the arrogance of a puncher. Look, there's definitely an issue with the engine. He's not a combination puncher. He never fights at a higher pace, but that is because he's worried about his engine. No doubt about it. I know he's a big guy, and he is harder to move and throw as many shots, but there was that arrogance.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think you're right. There was that arrogance, and I do think he's well aware that he can't throw too many punches, or he won't be able to, go back to the next round. But also, to be fair, this guy who's standing above us right now, getting off the floor. Every time he got hit by Zhang, certainly in the early, the middle rounds, he was in trouble, even though he stayed on his feet. But nothing could deter that. He's a real mentally really tough guy, Joe Parker. Tactically really good. Kept changing the height, turning his shoulders all the time. Feinting in the later rounds, he was doing more tactical work by feinting all the time. As you were pointing out, Darren, the hand speed was faster. He finished the fight like it was a 6-rounder, not a 12-rounder.
Yeah, he did. The hand speed, I was so impressed with from Parker down the stretch. Smart boxing, Andy Lee playing a massive part there, he really did.
Well, too bad it's not a game of who can get the most knockdowns, because Zhang wins that one. But outside of those 2 punches, not a lot to get excited about. But hey, how can you not get excited about this matchup? Saturday, April 20th, Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia. Plenty of bad blood here. They'll get it on in Brooklyn, live on DAZN Worldwide. Well, the corner told Zhang, you need a knockout in the 12th round. Did he fight like he needed a knockout in the 12th round, Mike?
No, he didn't, but that's because he couldn't.
Yep.
You know, what the mind wanted to do, the body wouldn't agree to.
I've just been told that in round 12, Zhang Zhang landed 0 punches. 0 punches!
He didn't throw many more. There was nothing left. Nothing left. He was breathing very, very heavily from the 9th round onwards.
I'd just like to say, well, there you go. Look at that. You might have the biggest moments in the fight, but if you don't do enough work and the other guy takes rounds off you, you don't win the fight. That's as simple as that. 140, 112. He had 2 really good rounds. He nicked a couple of the early rounds, and that was it.
It's like a basketball player who scored 2 spectacular dunks but finished the night with 4 points.
Yes. Just exactly like that, Todd.
Well, maybe the judges disagree, but if anyone gave Zhang that 12th round, right, there will be an inquisition. I promise you that. Michael Buffer has the scores.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds of boxing, we go to the scorecards. On the line, the interim WBO Heavyweight Championship. Zoltan Enyedi scores the contest 113-113. He has it even. Steve Gray has it 114-112. Patrick Morley 115-111. To the winner by majority decision and new WBO interim heavyweight champion, the Fighting Pride of New Zealand, Big Joseph Parker.
And Zhang is disappointed.
This is a rematch scheduled for 12 rounds, and it will be for the British Commonwealth and WBA Continental Heavyweight Championships. Brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, with Frank Warren for Queensberry Promotions, Bob Arum for Top Rank Incorporated, Eddie Hearn for Matchroom Boxing, Gold Star Promotions, Boxer and Sella, along with their great sponsors: Saudi Tourism Authority, Saudi National Bank, STC, Dr. Suleiman Al Habib Medical Group, Saudia Airlines, New Muraba Development Company, and Lucid Motors. It is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, Steward in Charge Guy Williamson, MBE, along with the World Boxing Association. President Gilberto Mendoza Jr., Supervisor Carlos Chavez, CBC Supervisor Debbie Down. Our 3 judges assigned, all from England, will be Mark Bates, Steve Gray, and John Latham. Our referee in charge, 3rd man in the ring, will be Victor Laughlin of Scotland. Introducing to you first the challenger, fighting tonight out of the blue corner. He comes to the ring wearing black trunks with white and weighed in officially at 271.3 pounds. Coming to us from Burton-on-Trent, Staffordshire, England, a 2020 Olympic bronze medalist. He is now undefeated as a professional with 8 wins, 1 draw, 6 of his 8 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Frazer the Eraser Clarke. And his opponent across the ring, he is a defending champion, fighting tonight out of the red corner. He comes to the ring wearing green camouflage trunks and weighed in officially at 241.6 pounds. Hailing from Ipswich, England, he is undefeated with 17 wins, 1 draw, 16 of his 17 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the reigning and defending British Commonwealth and WBA Continental Heavyweight Champion, Fabio Wardley.
Okay, boys, you've had your instructions. Remember, obey my commands at all time. Defend yourselves at all time. Both belt lines are fine. Anything below this will be regarded as low. Best of luck. God bless. Touch gloves.
Well, 7 months ago, they competed in an incredible all-action fight of the year contender. Now the rematch. Dare we expect another thriller? Frazer Clarke versus Fabio Wardley. Here we go.
Let's see who will get the rhythm first with that jab. Fabio Wardley, I'd like to say he neglected it in the first fight. Frazer Clarke, I mean, you'd have to argue that that is his best shot. So who can find the range? Who can get the rhythm with that shot? And that's going to help them find their right hand.
Great, I'm going.
Clarke doubled the jab. He had great success. He brought the uppercut behind it.
Great, I'm out.
Several times, and that was his best punch of the first fight.
That's the voice of Andy Lee joining us here ringside. I'm Todd Grisham, next to Darren Barker and Barry Jones. Barry, who do you have as the favorite here?
It's a difficult. You think that the most adaptable should be the better boxing brain, the better skill, and that surely is Frazer Clarke, right? I'm still thinking that Wardley will drag him into that wall, and I thought Frazer won the first fight actually, but it was close. But I thought he did enough. But I think Wardley might just be able to dog it out again this time.
If and when Wardley gets Clarke hurt, like he did in the first fight, good jab there from Clarke. He has to keep his composure.
Yeah.
I think he's inexperienced. Good jab, double jab, right hand from Clarke. It's been a good, positive start from Clarke.
Yeah, a bit patient as well, isn't it?
Yeah. If Wardley gets him hurt, he's got to be composed. Not rush his work and not punch himself out. For Clarke, is to keep it a technical contest. Don't mix it too much. Don't try and bang with the banger. Keep it a boxing match. Make Wardley move his feet, because Wardley, due to his inexperience as an amateur boxer, no amateur experience, he can't punch and move with his feet at the same time. He has to be set to punch. You'll see he holds his feet a lot, but when he moves his feet, he's not half as effective.
But the problem is with Wardley, he will commit to an attack. I mean, he will lose his shape and he will swing. That's just the way he does it.
That's the
way. What happens when he lands? Wardley already has Frazer Clarke in trouble downstairs and upstairs.
He's got to keep his composure now. This is the important moment for Wardley. He's just been hurt himself. With a left hook. Yeah. He's got to keep his composure now, Wardley.
Oh. They call this round 13. They're taking it where they left off, and down goes Clarke.
Shoot hands.
He does it good. It's over. Round 1 KO. Fabio Wardley's done it.
First round destruction of Frazer Clarke. Fabio Wardley, take a bow. That was impressive.
That's what we want to see. Heavyweight boxing, knockouts.
Do you know what? He commits to every attack, but again, there's that looping right hand of his. Every time he lets it go, and we spoke about that before the fight about Clarke having to roll underneath it if he could, but he got caught again, and then, as you said, he didn't really take his time like he should have, but he's a great finisher, and he doesn't left you off the hook, and he's been saying that all week.
It only takes one in the heavyweight division, and it was Frazer Clarke who got on the receiving end of a massive right hand.
Emmanuel Stewart would always say to me, try your man in the first round, because they haven't warmed up physically and they haven't adapted or adjusted to the punches being punched yet. So you're at your most vulnerable in your first round. And that was the first real significant shot Wardley threw, and it got the job done.
Huge statement. That is going to turn a lot of heads. That is a massive, massive victory. Not just the opponent, the scout, but the manner in which he has won there. First round destruction of Frazer Clarke. I mean, what next for Fabio Wardley, Barry?
But because of his athleticism, when he throws a shot, he gets all his body into it, because he's just so smooth with his movements. What's next for him? You know, you say, no, this is the British level. No, they're skipping British, the world level. He will get a world rating. He's a way off, I think, for those group of world-class fighters. But there's a European level to go for, and I think, you know, he's a real exciting fight for a fighter who's still learning. Let's be honest, Andy's still learning his trade.
Yep, still learning his trade. But what he has, he's got that X factor. He's got ability and talent, and he's obviously a quick learner, because he's picked up he's no amateur experience. It's extraordinary to become British champion and have a first-round knockout like this. He's beaten already David Adeleye, who's a good contender himself. This guy's got the X factor. He can go really far.
He has something that you can't teach. He's fearless.
Yeah, no fear.
I mean, you can't give that to anybody. You got it or you haven't.
And remember this, guys, he only sparred for the first time at age 20, so he's going to get better and better every fight he has.
He has absolutely no right to be putting in performances like that, and that's where it shows he's obviously hard-working. He has natural talent and carries ridiculous power in that right hand of his.
And also, Todd, you say that, even though he's had wars, he's relatively fresh. Because you haven't had, like we had, the long amateur careers when we were 10 years of age. He started when he was sparring when he was 20.
And they're still tending to Frazer Clarke in the corner. That's how massive a shot that was from Fabio Wardley, who is now 18-0-1 with 17 KOs. And he said coming into this fight, his big quote was, "I want to take his head off his shoulders," and he nearly did it, Andy.
Yeah, he nearly did it. Nice to see Clarke getting the treatment and the time that he's not being rushed out of the ring here, because that was a heavy punch. And I still don't, he probably doesn't know where he is at the moment. He's probably realizing what happened in the fight. That really, when you get hit with a punch like that, it just scrambles your senses.
But he knew enough not to get up. You know, when he was on his knee, he knew he was unsteady. Yeah, he knew it, didn't he? He knew it.
Had he got up, he would have gone. Yeah.
But he knew that much, I think.
Great respect between them. Listen, this fight could have been completely different, but he just got caught with that punch so early. And that's the beauty of heavyweight boxing, but also the, if you're on the losing side, it's the bad side of it as well.
So they've had two fights. One a fight of the ear contender, an absolute war of attrition, and then a devastating knockout like that. That's not bad. Not bad at all. And for this guy who literally was a white-collar boxer, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, it was a bit of a chess match to start with. The first few seconds, no one really establishing anything, and it was just a big, wide overhand right from Wardley, and you can see it scrambled the senses of Frazer Clarke. The legs were there, and you felt here he may just slightly have recovered. He was trying to fire back with a little left hook, the right uppercut. Then there was another right hand that completely took everything away from Frazer Clarke, and you could see the eyes there. And
he gets a free shot when he turned on the corner. When he turns around, if he wouldn't turn around, the referee has to say break. When he did turn around, he had a free shot there for a second there, Wardley, and that probably finished it. He did well to keep composed. He used the ropes as a little bit of a stool there, just to sort of keep him composed. And then he lands a lovely uppercut here, and you think, hang on a minute, it's going to turn.
One bad mistake is not being able to clinch. He should have clinched and held on for dear life.
Oh, wow.
Just couldn't get himself organised. Good call by Victor Loughlin, the referee there. He had to stop it. He was over anyway. He had to stop it.
Huge statement. Massive win that for Fabio Wardley.
Oh, look at that. So again, it's his favourite shot. You have to study that, you know, and know that's coming. You've done 12 rounds before with him.
And he's so unorthodox because he's a novice, you could say, in comparison to the pedigree that Frazer Clarke has. Frazer Clarke's used to fighting people with very good fundamentals, straight shots. So when you've got someone like Fabio Wardley who's throwing shots from all angles, you don't really know how to prepare for that. Incredible finish.
Wow. Fabio Wardley. He made it look easy. The biggest win of his life by far, and now, where does he go from here? The biggest stage in boxing, Riyadh season, and Fabio Wardley stands tall after knocking out Frazer Clarke in round 1. You look good, don't worry, kid, as he winks at the camera.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 2 minutes, 28 seconds of round number 1. Our referee in charge, Victor Loughlin, waves off the contest. Therefore, your winner by way of technical knockout, still undefeated, and still British Commonwealth and WBA Continental Heavyweight Champion, Fabio Wardley.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the co-featured attraction tonight, presented by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, with Frank Warren for Queensberry Promotions, Eddie Hearn for Matchroom Boxing, Bob Arams, Top Rank Incorporated, Gold Star Promotions, Ben Shalom for Boxer Promotions, and Sella, sponsored by the Saudi Tourism Authority, Saudi National Bank, STC, Dr. Suleiman Al Habib Medical Group, Saudi Airlines, New Muraba Development Company, Perunia, Hunger Station, Lucid Motors, and Al Tanfidi. Special thanks, ladies and gentlemen, to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud. His Royal Highness, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and the Chairman of the General Entertainment Authority, His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh. Sanctioned by the WBO President Gustavo Olivieri. Supervised at ringside by the British Boxing Board of Control, steward in charge, Matt Harris. The three judges scoring from England, Howard Foster. From Australia, Adam Height. And from the United States, Don Trella. In charge of the action at the bell inside the ring, World Championship veteran referee, Steve Gray. And now, from the A&B Arena, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, a special attraction, 12 rounds of boxing for the interim WBO Heavyweight Championship of the World. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, the challenger, wearing blue and red, official weight 310 pounds. His professional record in 22 bouts, 21 victories, including 16 wins by knockout, only 1 defeat. He currently holds the WBO International Heavyweight Championship. That title not on the line tonight. He is the heavyweight fighting pride of all Africa from the Democratic Republic of the Congo. He is the WBO #2 ranked heavyweight in the world, Martin Bakole. And across the ring, his opponent fighting out of the red corner, wearing red with black, official weight 267 pounds. As a professional, 38 fights, 35 victories, 23 wins by knockout with 3 defeats. From South Auckland, New Zealand, he is the reigning WBO interim heavyweight champion, former heavyweight champion of the world, Lupe Solea La'aole Ole Malahato, Joseph
Okay, boys, I'm a cold break. Expect you to take a step back. No deliberate punches around the back of the head. Protect yourselves at all times. Touch gloves. Good luck, fellas.
Plenty of respect between the two. They've sparred together. This is extraordinary. It's bizarre. It's mad. But yes, Martin Bakole is fresh in from the Congo. How fresh? No one's even talked about the time difference or his sleep. Who knows? But he believes he will knock out Joseph Parker tonight. And Parker bravely said yes after Dubois' illness. And the 33-year-old from New Zealand, who's had a full hard camp, is ripped and ready to defend his WBO interim belt in this, Darren, peculiar matchup.
Yeah, it is indeed. What we've seen already from Joseph Parker, there's quite a few feints, and I expect lots of this to try and empty the tank that way, mentally drain the fight from Bakole. Look at the size of Martin Bakole, huge.
Look at the size of Parker. For Parker, by the way, he's massive.
He is massive. Weighing in at 269 pounds, put on so much bulk, but he says great strength. Remember, preparing for Dubois, got to be careful of Bakole's swinging shots early. The way he marched down Jared Anderson in his best performance last summer. But how many rounds has he really got in him?
But the consensus is that Bakole's got to get him out there early, otherwise he can't continue, and I understand that. But no one's really thought about Parker getting him out early. And looking at the shape of him now, the size on Parker, I think if he lands with a big right hand over the top, as strong as Bakole has been, if he isn't fit, he might be in trouble.
And I think this will be the target area for Parker. The body with the straight shots, then he can work back upstairs. But in doing that with the straight shots, you are open to the uppercut. And we see against Anderson how devastating he throws that shot.
Just a bit wild there with that looping left hand there, Parker. And he walked onto a jab and he just blinking a little bit. He is really heavy-handed, Martin Bakole.
Oh, the natural strength and power of Bakole. And the way he sort of effortlessly throws the shots from different angles, and he whipped that hook in. Looks like he has brought some speed with him from the Congo.
But his timing's good. It always has been good. Without the energy that he never really shown in his career, and even really speed is not really his friend, but his timing is very, very good. And that's why when he walks it, he slowly walks up to you, but he somehow still catches you with that uppercut. Just times you very well.
Parker's on a great run, won his last 5 since that knockout defeat to Joe Joyce, but he's come right back, and that relationship he's got with Andy Lee is brilliant, and Andy will try and guide him through these early rounds.
And his stamina is better now than it was back then. Let's not remember that. I know that was a hard, grueling fight, but his stamina's a lot better now.
Yeah, it's incredible to think he's only 33, Joseph Parker. It seems like he's been around forever, but what he has gained in that time is tons of experience.
Got to be careful of those uppercuts. Was stopped by Joe Joyce and floored a couple of times by Zhang before he beat him on points. So needs to be very careful of the Bakole power. Joseph Parker's corner. Andy Lee trains in Ireland. Has a big family back home in New Zealand. Father of 5, Joe Parker. And one of the nicest guys in the business, isn't he?
He really is. He's in such a good place with his team that you alluded to. George Lockhart, Andy Lee, the experience that he has.
Look at the size of his legs, his thighs. George Lockhart has worked so hard on the conditioning. What of the condition of Martin Bakole, Billy Nelson as ever in the corner, who trains him up in Scotland, but he hasn't had that privilege before this one. But Bakole's one of these guys who spars a lot, and he might just be ready for this.
He just got, with Joseph Parker, he just got to be, just not make any silly mistakes. He jumped in a few times and he got clipped. So you've got to do that, but don't get too greedy. You just think, you know, I can let this go a few rounds and he should wear it out. He should tire it out.
Big punches from Parker to the body, but a bit of blood to the nose of the New Zealand man, and Bakole's just trying to walk him down, march forward.
You don't want to fight with him. Just punch, keep moving, punch, keep moving. And for Bakole, just start being a bit more forceful with that jab. When you're walking him down, but just try, even if you're pouring that jab out.
Just dabbing the nose again, Parker.
Yeah, he's really trying to impose that size now, isn't he? Really walking forward, but I like how he throws the right hand, Joseph Parker. He takes his head off the line to the left, really whips in the right hand, looking for the left hook then.
He doesn't want to be there, though, with those uppercuts.
Body shot from Bakole was a good one. Left hand, he just felt that, Parker.
Oh, and again.
Yeah, there was an uppercut before it as well that lifted his head up.
That timing of about 3 weeks ago in London, Martin Bakole, he said he was going to fight AJ and knock him out in 4. Dubois would last 2, and Usyk he'd give him 6.
A good shot there from Parker. See, Parker's got to stop loading up here, otherwise he'd be the one gashing out.
It's turning into a real fight. Bakole's all place. What a shot from Joe Parker. And he was befuddled, and he's down. And I'm not sure he's going to make this count. Martin Bakole just about. He gets back to his corner.
Billy
Nelson's brought him out all over. Inside two. Joe Parker does get the job done, and he does it by stoppage. Martin Bakole halted 48 hours. He gets here, but he didn't deliver for long. Wow. Parker does it in style. What a shot. And that's the power he now possesses.
Wow. Look, we said this was going to be a bit of a war, a shootout, and in the end, Joseph Parker's the one that brought the bigger gun to the war. Incredible.
I'm frustrated. I just told someone Bakole can't just walk him down like that because he could. That heavyweight punch is different. We just saw it. I get it. He hasn't been, camp, hasn't been training hard, all those sorts of things. But those are irresponsible things that no fighter should ever do in the ring.
Yeah, agreed. Billy Nelson decided to wave it off. I think there was only about 20 seconds left in that round. Did he get it right?
I don't agree with it. However, that's his coach. Coach is like a dad. Second thing closest to you to a family member. He knew something that we didn't know, I'm sure, and it happened.
Eubank Jr. versus Conor Benn. Big one, this one. April 26th, Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. The first one was billed as born rivals. This one, born hatred. I mean, these two do not like each other. Fantastic fight, that one. 26th of April, live from the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. That man in the ring, though, a lot of credit to him. Here is the shot.
Big shot right there.
Massive shot, top of the head. Messes with the equilibrium.
It looked like he ate it at first, and then he fell apart. Now, when you talk about training, here's the thing. When you've got the lung capacity, oxygen goes to the brain and gets there quick enough, and he wouldn't have had that might not have had that sort of reaction to that punch right there had he been training. So yes, that's one of the downfalls of taking a short notice fight.
How damaging a defeat for Bakole? I know people are going to say it was only a couple of days, but he was on a bit of a trajectory. He was the boogeyman of the division.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, he's been knocked out in 2 rounds. How damaging a defeat?
Let me tell you what he's got to do. He's got to lose some weight. He's got to come back, and he's got to show himself to be who he was against Jared Anderson. If he doesn't do that in his next fight out, then this is damaging. This is very damaging.
There was a fight scheduled against F.A. Jagba for May 3rd in New York. Does that still happen?
He's on the 30-day
30-day suspension
at least. Could be longer than that. So I think if anything, that fight is delayed now. But I think that fight should still happen for Bakole.
You made a point about the size of him. Obviously, look, this one's coming late notice. It's 310 pounds for this one.
Yeah.
But 284 for Jared Anderson, before that 299 against Carlos Takam. Does he need to look at that? Do we need to start taking this seriously now and get to a weight which is more healthy for him? A more healthy walk-around weight, at least.
Yeah, I mean, he's 33 years old, so he's not a grandpa yet. However, with the size, the structure that he has at his size, he can't afford to get 300 plus because it'll be hard for him to take off. And, what heavyweight likes to work that hard,
I can see Spencer Brown in the ring, Frank Warren. All of them look very, very happy, as does obviously Joseph Parker. Let's get the official decision with Michael Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, the end comes at 2 minutes, 17 seconds of round number 2. The winner by knockout victory, still the WBO Interim Heavyweight World Champion, Lupe Soleil La'aole Ole Maleatoa, Big Joseph Parker.
Live worldwide on DAZN, it's a battle of the undefeated. Let's now welcome to the ring our main event participants. First, from Australia, Justis Huni.
20,000 boos for an opportunity knocking for the superb amateur and undefeated pro with the perfect early record. Jarrell Miller's pullout was Justis Huni's gain, and the 26-year-old Australian has leapt at the chance. 5 weeks notice, he was full of beams and confidence, tasting the Portman roll soil at the press conference a few weeks ago. He's back on this rainy night. Can he put his name up there into the elite heavyweight mix? Justis Huni just coming up alongside us and ready to rock and roll, Darren.
Bundles of ability and bundles of self-confidence. This is his moment. This is his time to shine, to really throw his name in the hat.
Spencer Brown, Eddie Hearn, he's got big people behind him. Can he pull it off on away soil?
And now let's welcome to the ring, Fabio Wardley.
What's next? We need them. My home seat, my friends, my family. It's a privilege for me to be able to bring this match to home ground. Shit, man. I got this.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for our featured bout. It is scheduled for 12 rounds, and it will be for the vacant WBA Interim Heavyweight Championship of the World. Brought to you by Frank Warren for Queensberry, in association with Eddie Hearn for Matchroom Boxing, Platform Sports, Tasman Fighters, and Gold Star Promotions, along with their great sponsors: Riyadh Season, 32 Red, That Prize Guy, Global Next Trade, Unibet, FlexMize Business Loans, and Vow Nutrition. A big thanks to those great sponsors. It is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, steward in charge Ben Harmsworth, along with the World Boxing Association. President Gilberto Mendoza Jr., Supervisor Mariana Bodasova, Timekeeper Stephen Pucci. Our 3 judges assigned will be for Lynn Marsh of New Zealand, Pavel Cardini of Poland, and Bob Williams of England. Our referee in charge, third man in the ring, will be John Latham of England. And now, boxing fans joining us live worldwide, and boxing fans here in Ipswich, England. The time has arrived for the main event of the evening. Introducing first, fighting tonight out of the red corner, he comes to the ring wearing white with silver and weighed in officially at 248 pounds. Coming to us from Brisbane, Australia, he brings an undefeated record with 12 wins, 7 of his 12 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the highly ranked, undefeated former Australian champion and the current WBO Global and IBF Pan-Pacific Heavyweight Champion, Justis Huni! And his opponent across the ring in this main event, fighting tonight out of the blue corner, he comes to the ring wearing blue and white and weighed in officially at 243 pounds. Undefeated, he has 18 wins, 1 draw, 17 of his 18 wins coming by way of knockout. Currently ranked #1 by the WBA, he is the undefeated former British, English, and Commonwealth heavyweight champion. Ladies and gentlemen, from right here, Ipswich, England, here is Fabio Wardley!
Amazing anticipation here. Super showdown live on the zone in the biting night air and the rain of Portman Road.
Well, as you expect from your board, you're getting instructions all the time. Defend your break, your board break rule. Defend yourselves at all times, and the best all to your board. Touch gloves.
Ipswich had their troubles at elite level this last season. How hard a clash will this be for their beloved Fabio Wardley? Wonderful turnout of support, but a very good man in front of him, Justis Huni, standout amateur, and like Wardley, unbeaten as a professional. Here we go, Huni in the lion's den. Wardley has not lost in 19, and 17 have finished by knockout, and that right hand that detonated on Frazer Clarke is, well, it stands out in the memory.
Right, he commits to the shot, he really does, and not holding back already in this opening round is important for Huni to stay switched on, stay disciplined, Don't get carried away, don't waste anything. Move, stay out of trouble. Whether an early storm for Fabio, I think it's about trying to get that right hand, as we've mentioned, into play early.
Good use of the left from Huni, who needs to settle and get in the rhythm. Barry's been boxing since he was a kid. He's got all that amateur pedigree. He should know his way around if he can get into this and avoid the power.
Well, we perceive Huni to be the better technical boxer here, so what he has to do is, every time Wardley makes a mistake, make him pay for it with a sharp left hook or a sharp right hand. If he misses, you've got to make him counter. And for Wardley, it's to drag Huni into that deep water as quick as you can, because he's been there before, Wardley, and Huni maybe hasn't.
Yeah, that classic first encounter last year with Frazer Clarke. One of the best British fights in recent times, and then that dramatic rematch. Fabio Wardley, an unexpected hero, and the WBA #1 is for the interim belt. Of course, Alexander Usyk and Daniel Dubois fight for all the marbles on the zone in July, but this will get these guys closer.
Carries a nice high guard, Huni, but I think head movement's so important here. He can't afford to take any shots high on top of the head, on the temple. That's a good body shot and a right hand.
Yeah, lovely work from Justis Huni. Wardley back behind his jab, but that combination, head to body, he's clever, Huni.
Wardley shouldn't have him that close though. I mean, Wardley trying to stay a little bit controlled here, but he's still going to be keeping that right hand, that's very active. Keep Huni in that reactive mode. Don't let him walk you down like he's sort of trying to do right now.
Wardley jabbing to the body, trying to get the guard down of Huni so he can crack in one of those huge, heavy right hands. But Huni, if he can be clever here and get into a rhythm, Darren, this will be much more in his favour.
Yeah, and the feet, very important, and we just see there how quickly he glided out of range there to avoid that overhand right. They're going to be so important. I feel like his feet have quickened up as well since the Lorena fight. He's sharpened up everything, and that's so important in this contest.
But for Huni, moving to his right, staying away from that right hand of Wardley, is going to be paramount for him.
Right, a little bit slow to start, you let him sort of get, but when you've got going, it's nice, but you need to back up. Once you're running on that back foot, you need to force into it, like, slip over to the side and punch it on him. Now keep the lead hand up, right? Work the body. You make him miss a big right hand, but you can do anything awful. Start believing, right? Everything good? Right, what do you see? Slow, like. He's slow, but he's right.
Was a good opening round from Justis Huni, but right at the end, he was hurt.
Yeah, it was a right hand. You see it short shot, and you see the legs just stagger of Huni.
He was hurt a few times by Kevin Lorena out in Saudi. 1 or 2 question marks about the Huni chin, but into the second round, he's unbeaten in 12. The Australian Fabio Wardley with 18 wins in his 19 fights, just that one draw with Frazer Clarke. Big win over David Adeleye. He's done so well, Wardley. Can he get rid of Justis Huni tonight when he was preparing for Big Baby Miller? Totally different style.
Yeah, it is, but I think, you know, the way he fights, it almost doesn't matter who he's up against, because ultimately, at the end of the day, it's going to be him dragging you into his wall that wins him the fight. The power, the swinging in with that right hand, that's his money punch. And Huni was hurt early in the Lorena fight, in the second round, and in the last round, but he still won the fight. So, you know, he knows how to survive. But Huni was boxing well in that first round, and I think on the way to winning that round, and maybe that punch might have just swayed it the other way.
Jab from Wardley, again to the body.
He's doing the right thing where he's positioned in the ring, Huni. He's not getting backed up, he's allowing space behind him so he can use those quick feet to glide out of range. That's a good jab followed by a left hook from the Australian.
Yeah, decent speed from Justis Huni.
Not so much the speed as well, Adam. He punched to the chest with the jab, so he could throw that left hook over the top. Just dropping the hands of Wardley ever so slightly.
But he's got quick hands and he moves well, Huni. It's the education he's had from a very young boy in the gyms and around the amateur tournaments in the world that Fabio Wardley didn't have. I mean, what Wardley's done is incredible. But technically, Frazer Clarke in that first fight had him in trouble a few times. He was open. There are gaps, but he's so tough and strong.
Yeah, I tell you what, though, in that first fight, he would have learned so much. You know, he realised that he had lots of attributes that you can't taught, you can't be taught, you can't buy. You know, heart, desire, will to win. But he got it right in the rematch, didn't he? With that unquestionable power with both hands.
Yep, very, very nasty knockout of Frazer Clarke. Good to see Frazer back with a big win the other day as well.
He's just willing to go to that dark place very, very quickly, Wardley. That's the difference between most fighters. He wants to, but he can be hurt and he can be hit as well. With that low left hand, he invites a fast right hand over the top.
He doesn't seem worried, Huni, about the Wardley power here.
Like I say, he's doing the right thing. He's showing, you know, what he's trying to show Fabio no respect at all. Obviously, he will be. But the way he's sort of creeping forward, he's moving his head nicely, which is so important.
Too many lows. Yeah? Okay. If there's a big low, he's going to go. It's going to be hard to tie him. Okay? Like the water bag drill, blending it in, jabs in the space, fakes, disguise it, sneaking a 1-2.
It's high guard a lot.
What?
It's high guard a lot. No problem.
Again, one size fits all. You're not committed to those in the space.
Okay.
That right hand around the side, you need to shorten it up a little bit as well, yeah?
Robert Hodgkins has always been by the Sidney Wiley. Very good corner around Fabio Wardley. Moses and Talmay's stablemate just at ringside. Dillian White is his big mentor. Was meant to be on the show tonight, but he may have a big fight lined up this summer. That would be great for Dillian White. Fabio Wardley exceeded all expectations of him when he turned professional a few years ago. Now edging towards a world title shot, but he's got to deal with this very, very confident Justis Huni, who's put a combination in there early in the third round, and Wardley takes it.
I'll tell you what, there was a heavy left hook to the chest of Wardley.
He felt that left hook, Wardley. I mean, that's sometimes when he's at his most dangerous, when he's hurt and when he's tired, Wardley. So he sometimes looks unsteady and he comes back with a big shot to get himself out of trouble. But you got to be careful there with that right hand a little bit low, the left hand also low. And with the fast hands of Huni, you're inviting trouble.
I like the look of Justis Huni so far. Eddie Hearn was very confident that Frank Warren's made a rare mistake. He had Wardley, of course, at Matchroom. Now under the Queensberry banner, Justis Huni is his guy. An underdog going in. But I think round by round, he'll be believing in himself here, Huni.
Yeah, he will for sure. And look, I don't think he'll mind that he was facing a big puncher in Fabio Wardley. And the reason I say that, being a natural boxer, which he is, he's an aggressive, come-forward fighter, but to get that style into play, when you're fighting a big puncher, you get them to faint, you get them to load up so they tense up and they start telegraphing the shot. Then you can start countering like that. Beautiful left hook.
Wonderful work here from Justis Huni in the third round, and the crowd have gone quiet. Frank Warren just bellowing out instructions at ringside. Just a bit of a nervous look on the Queensberry promotional faces at the other side of the ring as Justis Huni has given Fabio Wardley little respect here for his punch power.
I just think he's got to tidy up defensively inside Fabio. Just keeping the hands a little low. That's a good shot though.
Back comes Wardley with a combination up against the ropes and trying to free his arms for the big swings. One top on one. It's Fabio Wardley as the action heats up in the third round. And what a round here at Ipswich. Huni and Wardley
shot from Huni. He needs to try and sustain this last 10 seconds, though.
Oh, big right hand from Huni. What a round of boxing. 3 minutes of savage heavyweight action, and we love it. And there's more. If we could take it, Opataya is back. Zhang, one of the best pound-for-pound fighters in the world in a few hours' time, defending his IBF super lightweight title. Sorry, his IBF cruiserweight title. There's so much coming on. His cruiserweight belt on the line against the unbeaten Italian Takeo. That's in a few hours' time on the Gold Coast. Cruiserweight action, heavyweight action. It's been brilliant this so far.
We're going to see this. There's a mistake here from Wardley. He leans over there with his hands low and then sort of leans into that left hook. But he recovered quite well, and then when he had him on the ropes, looked like under pressure. All of a sudden he explodes into a combination here, Wardley. Has him under pressure. But right at the end of the round, he took a shot and he walked back to the corner unsteady on his legs there, Fabio Wardley.
Right hand from Wardley. Oh, terrific start to the fourth, and he's going for it. It's bombs away here. Carl Frampton is brilliant.
Yeah, really good fight so far, isn't it? And I just about ended that last round to Huni, actually. I know Fabio had that wee spell where he looked like he hurt Huni, but I think the majority of the round, the better stuff was coming from Huni. I have Fabio 2-1 up at this stage, but it's already shaping up into a great fight. Fabio only knows one way to how to fight. He can't. He's not a boxer. He's a brute, and he'll try and take you out, and that's what it looks like he's trying to do. But he's in against a serious opponent here, someone who knows what he's doing, and Justis Huni. And this is going to be exciting while it lasts.
Yeah, Huni's just not allowing him to be on the front foot. That's where Fabio wants to be. He wants to be the aggressor, but he's not allowing him, Huni, and that's what's making it really interesting here.
Yep, trying to back him up. Take centre ring. Justis Huni. He's no feeling out the process, gone straight to work, real confidence running through the veins of the Australian, who fancies he can take Wardley out here. Wardley just defensively opens, but then he fires back.
He's punching up and down there, Huni. He did it just a second ago. He jabbed it to the chest again and threw a right hand over the top. And then he's up against the ropes there, just changing the levels of the shots, and that's something that Wardley's not quite used to.
Heavyweight action, live on the zone. It's another fabulous one, Wardley and Huni.
This is speed and pedigree shining through at the minute. Classy shot selection with so much pace on the shots from Huni, and that pedigree operating at such a high level in the amateurs, and we're seeing it here.
Yeah, good defense from Justis Huni, light on his feet, right hand, and he's boxing really well here. He's come in to take his chance, and he's really going for it. Justis Huni, Wardley fires back. He might need the crowd here, Wardley, and they've gone quiet again, Darren.
I tell you what, he cleverly stayed low there, Huni, and he just sort of like made himself a real small target, but really close to Wardley, and he just couldn't let his punches go, Wardley, like he normally would.
Yeah, good work to the body. I feel he needs to trade with Huni here, Wardley. Let the shots go. As he's throwing them shots to the body, fire with the right hand over the top.
Huni's landing more here. And for me, he's winning this fight. But there's a long way to go.
The Wardley looks a bit tired, a bit jaded, doesn't he, Wardley? But then doesn't he always, and that's when I can say it again, when he sometimes does his best work. But Huni boxing's clever here, boxing nice and smart.
Look how quick the feet were there, Barry.
Blood from the nose of Justis Huni, who's got to be so switched on, so far, so good for this Australian challenge.
Right, he's trying to press harder now, yeah, because he's spending a lot of time not in space. A few more probes in the space, shuffle him back. He'll gallop towards you. Try and capitalise on that. Turn over. Yeah, a few more probes while shuffling back.
Probes or sharp jabs?
Probes. Probing in the space like half face jab, shuffling back.
Bring it up the middle,
He'll
turn
keep
over.
the face going. As he gallops, puts that behind him.
Small steps, back foot, as you're resisting. well done. Time up. Be patient, time it for home, yeah?
You can't keep dipping down.
Fabio Wardley, who's going to become a dad anytime soon in the next few days. But he's got business to take care of here at his beloved Ipswich town in the blue and white. And the long white socks, the big man from Ipswich. In with the Australian Justis Huni, both undefeated. And Huni giving a great account of himself already. Wardley having some success. That chopping shot at the end of the first, it seemed to trouble Huni. But I like the way Huni's shaping up here.
But that's better there for Wardley. You've got to be the stalker. He really has, even though he's up against a guy which he's not used to with fast feet and fast, not just fast hands, fast feet. And I think the footwork's confusing Wardley. But he's better when he's the stalker. Trying to counter punch here against Huni is not working for him at the minute.
Look at that, the power shots through 4 rounds. He's thrown 10 more, Huni, than Wardley has, and Wardley's the one with a big punching power in this contest.
Tries the uppercut, Wardley. It's almost like every fight he's learning more, Fabio Wardley, because of the lack of amateur experience. 4 white collar fights, Darren. It's extraordinary.
I mean, remarkable. As Barry said, in the build-up here, on the ring walk, he's sold this, he's created this, a white collar fight. But yeah, learning on the job still, but this is really good work from Justis Huni, working the body roll, going back upstairs, the variation on point, the speed, and then the defence afterwards, class.
And that feint with the jab there and close with the left hook was lovely, really well disguised there from Huni. Showing his intelligence here at the minute.
Cracking jab, they exchange body shots, but more from Huni. And Eddie Hearn was saying beforehand, they've just got the better fighter, and they might do. Wardley with work to do.
You know at any second of any round, or for every round rather, Wardley's dangerous. He can switch your lights off in a split second.
He's got that in his locker, he knows it. And he tries a right hand there. But Huni keeping close when he needs to, and going back to work. And a lovely right hand from Justis Huni. And he's in a real war here, and he's loving it.
He is, and he's really sinking in the body shots, Adams, really turning the hip and the waist into the shot.
And at the distance of boxing, because he's a neater puncher, he's getting there first, even with the hooks and the straight punches, because he's more compact. Yep. So you've got to get it longer here, Wardley, and wing the punches in like he only knows how to.
Justis Huni at 26 already giving the performance of his life. A long way from home at 5 weeks' notice. Fabio Wardley tries to chip away at the body, but Huni at the moment knows more.
Great round. That's it, mate. You were forced in back now. It's a good punching, but we don't want to get mixed up in a big brawl. But you've got to, when you're there, you let your hands go. You're better than him in the short range. It's only the mid-range where he's got any sort of chance. Come on, mate, this is yours. Build and build. You've got, remember that ticker there? You've got a bigger ticker than anyone, right? Smart. Get off the centre line a bit more often. Don't stay in the centre line when we play good. If you're there, you've got to be up for it.
Mark Wilson with the words there. Uppercut from Wardley. But another round surely to Justis Huni.
Yeah, boxing nicely, he really is. As they said in the corner, they're working nicely. Compact shots inside. The right uppercut, the left hook, class.
It's not been a slow start from Fabio Wardley. He's had success, but Justis Huni has been right on it.
Well, we've been praising how Wardley dragged you into his fight. Certainly I was. But Huni's made it his fight. It's been at his tempo, and he's pushing Wardley back. So Wardley has to be offensive. That's the only way he knows how to be effective. It's the only way he can win the fight is being effective and punching long. His mid-range, short range is all in Huni's favour.
Carl, I know the first round was close on your card. How are you seeing it now?
I have Huni 3-2 up now. He's boxing really well here at the minute, and I get the impression that Fabio's feeling a little bit sorry for himself. He keeps leaning down to try to avoid Huni's shots, but Fabio's leaning to his own right side with a low right hand and walking into the left hook. He keeps doing it. He hasn't changed it yet, and maybe that's the inexperience, but I think Huni's boxing very, very well at this stage.
Just a reminder, though, the general feel was that if Wardley was to win this, he may do it coming from behind.
But I would say, Darren, but we thought, that was lovely from Huni there, we thought that Huni would be busting a gut to be winning those rounds, and I'm not quite sure he is.
I don't think he is. I think he's boxing beautifully here. Justis Huni, Fabio Wardley needs success just to derail, trying to get that confidence seeping out of Huni. Remind him where he is, at Ipswich, in his territory. But Huni, light on his feet and boxing so well.
Needs to follow that jab to the body with a right hand upstairs, Wardley. But he does look tired, doesn't he? Just sort of leaning on Huni there.
And again, just the reflexes of Huni, and I think Wardley's noticed that. That's why he's a little bit tentative to let his hands go, because he knows, like we said at the start of the fight, if he makes a mistake, Huni will jump on him. And I think he's felt that a few times, so he's just not letting his hands go as freely and as wildly as he quite would. His rawness was a sort of his superpower, wasn't it? Really. His unconventional approach helped him, and at the minute it's not quite there. And Huni's boxing fantastic.
I'll tell you what, he really has learned bundles, Huni, from that Lorena fight. He's come on so much, he really has. The speed of foot, the reactions are a lot sharper.
There's a big smile on the face of Eddie Hearn, and Frank Warren looks worried because they know boxing, and Justis Huni is performing here. Another right hand, and he's relaxed, and before he goes for the upper gun, he needs something to detonate on Huni and stop the rhythm that the Australian has got into here. Halfway stage coming up, Huni. Wow, what a performance so far.
He's got you playing his game.
He's got you playing his game. Did you hear them in the corner?
Yeah, well, he has. You know, he's dictating the pace. He really is. And I think it's all about getting that distance right for Wardley. But Huni, you know, just jumping in with combinations, using that. And it's all about the feet for me for Huni. The fast hands, but the way he explodes in with his feet, he closes the distance really quick. And again, with that right hand, he's done it 3 times in 3 different parts of the fight so far. Jabbing low to the chest, but throwing that right hand over the top. And Wardley's falling for it every time.
Eddie Hearn enjoying the show. Getting very animated. You can see him ringside there, really rallying and getting behind his charge.
Eddie reminding us all what happened when Baby Miller pulled out of the Joshua fight and Andy Ruiz came in at 5 weeks' notice and beat his man. And this is what he feels is going to happen tonight. Baby Miller out, Justis Huni taking the chance. Hats off to both of them for making this match, because it's a really good one. But Huni is the one in control.
Yeah, boxing nicely, staying switched on, composed, dominating again from the centre of the ring. Good defensive skills, obviously offensively on point. Lovely jab there, working the body so well. Look how quick that is, double jab right hand again.
2 right hands from Justis Huni. Fabio Wardley open but comes back with body shots. He's so tough. And makes it to the face on Bournemouth Road, trying to rally them out.
I tell you what, though, Wardley's pushing. He's not throwing his punches. Wardley's pushing his punches out. It's not the same acceleration in his work. I think a gum shield's out.
A momentary respite, and Frank Warren talking to Fabio Wardley. Throw that right hand. He needs something to happen, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He needs to roll the dice now. He needs to let the shots go. Commit to the shots. We've been speaking about it since this fight was announced. Whenever Fabio Wardley fights, that he really puts everything into the shots. He needs to do that now. He needs to find something. Again, good shot from Huni.
He's hurt here. Fabio just has to hold on. Justis Huni, a minute and a half into the 7th.
Just walked onto a jab there, didn't he?
Yeah, and a mark under the left eye. It's just a case of Huni knowing more, the pedigree, but the way he's delivering it with the confidence tonight, almost a swagger in the Huni work.
And also, we had questions about Huni's chin, but it hasn't been a question, because I don't think Wardley's landing a real solid shot on the chin.
Lovely jab, beautiful work again from Justis Huni.
It's the speed. He just can't see the shots coming, Fabio.
And also, you're talking, like, because Fabio haven't got that grounding to fall back on, that the double jab closes the distance, but he's not used to doing that, so he hasn't learned that really. But he turned so very late, so it's going to be difficult for him to adjust here.
Quick right hands from Huni. Body shot back from Wardley, but he just eats up another. Fabio Wardley, and he's beginning to get into some trouble here. 20 seconds left in the 7th.
Yeah, he looks jaded, he looks hurt. And this is menacing, the way he's just creeping forward with such confidence, Huni.
Dominating here, isn't he? Let's be honest.
Absolutely. He's been brilliant, Justis Huni. Fabio Wardley showing a good chin as always. But he's just chipping away Huni. Outclassing Fabio Wardley tonight. He's been absolutely superb. July is a busy month for us. Usyk and Dubois, of course, on the 19th, the week before, on the 12th, the 3rd Ring Magazine show. 2 co-main events, Hamza Shiraz against Edgar Berlanga, Shakur Stevenson tackling William Zabeda. It's a blockbuster night from New York. Can't wait for that one, July the 12th. This one, Fabio Wardley, trying everything, game, brave, tough. But tonight, it's all about Justis Huni.
He's doing everything right. He's dictating everything, and in that last round especially, he had everything in his own way. And I mean, Carl just talking, I think he's enjoying himself. He really is.
This is someone who's dedicated their whole life to boxing, and you're starting to see that skill shine through now.
Played rugby league when he was a kid. Turned to boxing at about the age of 8. He's 26 now, Justis Huni. 18 years in the sport. Fabio Wardley's at just 8. Maybe that's the difference. The pedigree and the amateur experience. But as a pro, he's showing us his best ever performance.
And this is heavyweight boxing, so no one's ever out of the woods until the last bell rings out. Oh, he's hurting there.
Body shots from Huni, who's got 7 knockouts in his 12 wins. Wardley swinging from the hip.
But not with the same conviction. This is the first fight I've ever seen Wardley not throw with conviction. And that's Huni's done that with the footwork. I'm convinced with it.
Yeah, because every time he's missed Wardley, he's been made to pay. Every single time. And that sort of prevents you from really committing to the shot.
But it makes you overthink that, doesn't it?
It does, yeah, exactly that.
We've had upsets galore recently, live on the zone in the main events. Echo Esserman turning over Josh Taylor, Dave Allen beating Johnny Fisher. Will Justis Huni come into Ipswich and take care of Fabio Wardley? But this is what we love to see, fights we don't know which way they're going to swing.
Yeah. Tell you what, you wouldn't take a fight now unless you're the underdog. Good right hand there from Huni again, just chopped down with that short right hand. And I think he's exhausted here as well, Wardley, and usually that's what puts him in a dangerous move. But I think here right now he's pushing the punches out. He's not punching with authority, not committing like he usually does.
I think a real stiff jab to the body followed by a right hand upstairs could close this show for Huni, you know.
Just holding on here, Fabio Wardley. How much is in the tank? He trained so hard. He wanted this night so badly, and he'll do everything in his power to try and find something. But Justis Huni has got into his groove here. Good defense, quick hands, and he's the one that's hurting Wardley, and again.
And just that judgment of distance that you learn over time as well, that sort of thing, from an amateur background, it's showing here tonight.
Big left hand and a right. Raining punches in there, Justis Huni. And you're saying he's enjoying it. I think he's absolutely loving it in there.
He disguises almost every big attack and effective attack he has, he disguises before he throws it. And I think that's really what's confusing Fabio Wardley here.
Spencer Brown and Eddie Hearn are flanking Frank Warren, who sat in the middle. And the two boys either side of him are clapping their man, because Justis Huni is moving closer to a big win for the WBA interim title.
Go on, just wash it there. Wash it on the floor. Wash it on the floor.
There's too many lows. What was the one thing we said you can't do? Jab from a low. So you need more face to disguise your timing. And he's returning a lot, more taking it on. Yeah? But not from a low.
Disguise it and go forward.
More jab. Got his face, more jab to his face.
Again, another real dominant, solid round there from Huni, clever with his work. Making Wardley miss, making him pay, and that's making Wardley tentative. Huni's boxing the fight of his life here.
And it's fight number 13. It's not unlucky at the moment for Team Huni, protecting his unbeaten record and putting a statement out maybe to the other heavyweights that he's one to really watch out for. Let's bring Carl back in. How are you seeing things now? Surely Huni is forging ahead.
Yeah, Huni went well in front now. There's my scorecard, 78-74. It's hard to even see unless Fabio lands something big. It's hard to see him even winning a round. This fight's becoming very, very easy for Justis Huni. And a lot of it's down to the experience and everything else, but Barry's mentioned it, we're not seeing the same kind of commitment to the shot from Fabio, but without doing Fabio a service, that's Justis. That's his amateur experience and the pedigree and the years of training and knowing how to fight properly. But he's in control here and really, really enjoying himself.
He is indeed Justis Huni, Carl, but do you think Fabio might have been just a little bit deterred by, he was preparing for Big Baby Miller as he tries to whip in another uppercut, different styles?
I'm not sure, because he approaches all the fights the same, you know, try and detonate the big shots and close the show in dramatic fashion. I just think it's the class of Huni that has completely frustrated Fabio Wardley and stops him from committing and landing, well, not even landing, throwing the heavy shots. The kind of fear of getting countered with something classy.
Yeah, and all Huni's done by the movement and the shot selection and making, and again, when Wardley's made a mistake, he's made him pay. That makes you think more than you used to. And with that, you get tired and you get tentative and you don't commit to your shots, and that's what's happened here, that's all. I mean, it doesn't matter what else. Look what Wardley's done here. Look at the crowds come out for him.
Oh, it's fantastic. It's an amazing tale. And it's brilliant that Ipswich have come out 20,000 here for a former white-collar boxer who's done wonderful things. He's a great guy, Fabio Wardley, out of the ring tonight. At the moment, he's struggling, and he's struggling against a guy who's got that pedigree, got that quality. He's just been boxing for longer, and he's outclassing him.
Yeah, he's just going through the gears ever so slightly, picking the shots ahead and body, just getting the first and last say of the arguments.
Yeah, frustration there from Wardley with the shoulder.
Good shot, lovely uppercut there from Huni. Great shot. I mean, late notice coming the other side of the wall against this crowd, and he's boxed fantastic.
I tell you what, Barry, when it came to the press conference, and Darren and I were here, he was so confident. He was like, no problem, doesn't matter where it is. It's a ring, and I'll show him I'm better. And he is. But it's not over. It's heavyweight boxing, and you never know.
Righto. Sit down, bud. Right. Start a little bit slow, but then you got going. You got that round, mate. But we got to keep building and building. He's tighter than you, remember that. He is tighter than you. You've got the biggest heart and motor out. Let's go from here on. It's all about how much you fucking want this now. Your smart skill, this is where your skills come into play. You're getting off the centre line. You're hitting with street punches, then you're hitting with power punches, right? Now if you stand there wanting to be straight back.
I mean, they're saying he's more tired than you. He doesn't even look like he's breathing, Huni, in that corner, I must say. But again, it's just good work, good variation, good sharp shots to the body, and really frustrating and annoying Fabio Wardley.
But the corner are keeping him on his toes there, Huni, aren't they? They know he's winning the fight, but they're going, listen, you know, you've got to win these rounds, you've got to stay on him, stay on him. That's good cornering, that is.
Yeah, very good.
Except for they didn't bring the gum shield in his mouth, so it's terrible cornering.
Terrible.
Terrible.
But good. Fabio Wardley out of that blue corner, the Ipswich home corner, and Frank Warren was in there just to talk to him. He's got 9 minutes to find something from somewhere. And remember, he's got 17 knockouts on the record. So don't write him off just yet. But he's losing this, and he's losing it big.
Yeah, and look, you can understand why Frank Warren's in the corner there. This could be a massive missed opportunity for Fabio Wardley. Look at the people that's turned out. You put on a good display here, you get the win, this only grows.
But I tell you what, he has the power, though. It doesn't look likely the way he's boxed so far. He's just come out against a good fighter, that's all that's happened. But if he lands with a shot, the adrenaline rush he'll get and the onslaught that he'll throw, he could finish the fight.
He did land with a shot at the end of the first round, but since then he's not managed to hurt.
Again, it's the feet. He's just trying to throw a big white hook there, but he's just glided out of range so easily, Huni, and then he's straight back to the centre of the ring. That is so frustrating.
Moses Atauma, the young heavyweight heir apparent possibly, watching on from ringside. So many hovering around, waiting for a shot. Usyk and Dubois meet. Joseph Parker, Ajit Kabayel. There's all sorts of heavyweight. And it just takes one shot. Can Huni get up? I don't think he's going to make it. That is unbelievable. Fabio Wardley losing virtually every single round, and he fights a jackhammer. Oh my word! At the end of the last round, I said you never know in heavyweight boxing because it can turn like that.
That is Hollywood right there. If that was a film, you would say it was too unbelievable. What a shot. He was way down on the cards, and he has just detonated a right hand from hell.
We were talking about the power, but I said he got the power to finish him, but it doesn't look likely, and it didn't, but that was unbelievable. He walked onto the shot, he squared his feet up Huni, walked onto the shot, and Wardley just did what he does best, just committed to, for the first time since round 1, committed to a shot and got the finish. Unbelievable.
One of the most sensational finishes you will see to a fight that was going so far away from Fabio Wardley. Justis Huni had boxed almost the perfect performance, but he has the power, and Wardley found it. Another knockout. Eddie Hearn is absolutely lost for words. Ben Davidson celebrating. The whole of Ipswich is erupting. 20,000 here who were silent round after round. Fabio Wardley with a punch from the gods.
I don't think he can quite believe what has just happened there. That was remarkable. Remarkable, and I said it potentially could have been a missed opportunity. Now this grows. Now the name of Fabio Wardley grows around these parts. He's a star of Ipswich now.
For growing your profile, that's better than dominating the fight, that is. Coming back like that. Because they're stories, aren't they? Unbelievable. He was getting totally outboxed. He was on his way to losing. Possibly maybe he could have got stopped possibly. And all of a sudden, he finds the punch to finish it. That's what grows a legend.
And that's why we love heavyweight boxing. live on the zone, and now the sizzler. Fabio Wardley finds the right hand to knock out Justis Huni in spectacular fashion.
Oh, look at that. He squares his feet up, Huni. The first time he made a mistake, the first time he makes a mistake, and he gets to pay for it.
The one thing that he didn't need to do was trade with Fabio Wardley. He does that, and he gets caught with an absolute peach of a right hand. Look at this shot. Takes his head off the line, right on the button, and that's all she wrote.
He had just 3 rounds, just 9 minutes to find the answer, and boy did he do that. Justis Huni knocked out, loses for the first time in his life after putting on the best performance of his life. An absolutely astonishing sport, a night like no other, and Frank Warren, he just can't believe it. Neither can we, and neither can Fabio. Mental, absolutely mental, this business.
Incredible, I can't believe what I've just witnessed there.
Fabio Wardley takes the WBA interim belt, the WBA title, as well as the WBC, IBF and WBO will be on the line. July the 19th, it is the rematch. Usyk Dubois 2, Wembley Stadium awaits. Will we get something as dramatic as we've just seen? Unbelievable what the heavyweights could give us. Fabio Wardley somehow makes his homecoming come true with the punch of his life.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 1 minute 42 seconds of round number 10. Our referee in charge, John Latham, reaches the count of 10. Therefore, your winner by way of knockout, still undefeated, and now the WBA interim heavyweight champion of the world, from Ipswich, England, Fabio